Boo boo boo. La boo boo boo. Pa zoo zoo zoo. We gotta. I need to design a ship. Stop LARPing, Boy Meets Mini. You're not banned yet. I'm about to ban you. But yeah, I'm about to ban you. Good. I agree. He did nothing wrong. Nah, if he replies one more time and is still gonna do the same pseudo-intellectual, like, dreck, ban him. I have been more than patient with that fucking moron at this point. His use is now over. Get rid of him. I don't know if you've seen Boy Meets Mini, the new stuff that the right is basically claiming at the moment. In terms of, I don't know, it being inherently proven that their position is correct. It's not. Yeah, the new video. It's nothing. It's literally a nothing burger. It's actually insane. This proves everything. It's just like, no, it doesn't. It just doesn't. It just does not prove a single solitary thing whatsoever. These people are insane. Oh yeah, they're hypocrites. They don't believe in anything. Of course they'd call this murder under Biden. And this is the byproduct and the consequence of Joe Biden not just cracking down more and more on ICE. Should have just gotten rid of all of them. These terrorists had to be, deported. Or thrown in a hole. One of the two. No, they mostly just hate the fact that Renee is a woman. Specifically like a liberal white woman. Right? It's Freudian, it's psychosexual. Shit like that. No, they don't do that, Boy Meets Smitty. They say it's a good thing because it was a white woman. It's unironically just Freud shit. Unironically. That is true. That dude did... Jonathan Ross did have a mail order fucking Filipino bride. Every single time with these people. Every time with these people. 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 The radar subhumans. What else has your blood boiling, Boy Meets Smitty? This new ship that I'm going to build is going to be a good trial for Prometheum runs. Because we need to build a new ship that's meant to go out and collect Mirandite chunks. So it'll be a good trial for that. College professor in India demanded proof of menstruation from a femme student who was late to class. What? Huh? Okay. She was escorted off the campus. When she got home, she fainted from bleeding too much and died in the hospital. Oh, she was on her period. Okay, I was about to say, why the fuck is she menstruating? Why is she... What the fuck? Because that was where I was like, my brain was at first. I'm like, the what? What the what? The what? That makes a lot more sense now. Late because of her period. Oh, well, you know. All fascists are subhuman. Pass it on. Okay. Of course. It's definitely her fault. Mm-hmm. This makes a lot of sense. What are you decoloning about?
The American people are tired of women.
This is true. Okay, we're gonna have to make a brick. That'll be fun. That's true. Except if Modi says it. Dark matter fuel cells. So what I can do here now is, because of these things, I can basically replace these heating towers with nuclear reactors. I don't need these things anymore. I could just get nuclear reactors instead. And I will definitely be doing that. All we're probably going to be doing is creating rather, the Mirandus ship. Alright, so first things first. Where are the nuclear reactors? Nuclear. There they are. So one of the final things we're gonna do before we leave, we're gonna get rid of all of this. Which means we need to cut this off. Fuel cells, please. It's okay. Can you just... Oh, they're made in chemical plants. Okay. Also, my parents came back from vacation. We got a new bracelet. Woo. Very cool. Very cool. Very good, folks. Let's do this. And the only problem that we have right now is that we're just not producing diamonds quickly enough because we are consuming too much. Same with ice. But there is hardly anything I can do about it because of all this stone on the belt. Eesh what it is. Alright. I'm just going to take out the middle towers. Then we can take out the rest of the towers. Let all this extra rocket fuel just get eaten. That's not too big of a deal. I did see that, yeah. By the way, the deep state would basically like to say how those people are all terrorists or some fucking bullshit. Very true. Let me tell you, folks. I've never heard Daho say anything else that's more true in my life. big guys. Wakey wakey. And just like that, nuclear reactor with dark matter fuel. We will not have to supply these things, I think, with any more rocket fuel. It is now unnecessary. I'm gonna do with depleted fuel cells. I don't think there's a process for me to be able to get rid of them, so I guess we're just stuck with them. That's okay. No biggie. Alright, how much antimatter do I have? 508? Well, that's enough for 508 bots. The thing with this is it's pretty much just get lucky forehead. And eventually you'll get the things that you want. So this will take a while. Oh, look at him go. Who's the little guy? That was fast. Jesus. That was one fast little guy. Huh. Neat. But yeah, I was planning on basically trying to replace everything with antimatter robots, but given how infrequent antimatter appears, it'd be something that would take a very, very long while. Like, the amount that we've stored up now is about 508. That shit's gonna get eaten through, like, immediately. It's a 0.1% chance of making antimatter just from this one recipe alone. Yeah, 0.9 per second. 5.4 per minute. That's not the worst, actually. If I were to leave this on for, like, a little while, be a good amount of antimatter. But for the amount needed to replace all of my construction bots, all of my, because I know the exact amount per planet. It's at 1,700. 1,700 bots each on 20 planets. That's like 30,000 bots. It's gonna it would take a little while. It would take a really, really long time, so... Alright, well, we're pretty much done here. We've got the antimatter bots. These things will be produced eventually. It's just going to take some time. Alright. Okay, so you have a stack size of 1. Figured. So we're going to have to do, if we want to store a lot of these Mirandite asteroid chunks, what we're going to have to do is a funny little thing called belt storage. Storage on belts, just like have a belt that's always full. Pretty much. So, asteroid chunks have a stack size of 1, right? Normally, you can't put chests in space. You just can't do it. You're not allowed to. No chests in space. By the way, this is one of the unintended mechanics that we're going to be utilizing. So we know that asteroids only have a belt size of, a stack size of 1, which means on a belt, the amount of asteroids you can store can be no more than 2 on both sides of the belt. So you can only store 2 asteroids on both sides of the belt. And obviously, you can only store however many you have cargo capacity willing in your space platform hub. Of course, dependent on how many cargo hubs you have. Which is why this thing's going to be ginormous. Because we're going to have a lot of cargo bays. We want to store a whole lot of cargo. Like I said, this thing is just going to be a flying brick. This thing is going to definitely be the biggest thing that I've ever put together. That is without a shadow of a doubt. Another thing we also need to be wary of is we're going to a planet with larger asteroids, with big asteroids. Another thing we have to think about. And the reason why I said that this is going to be a little bit like simulations of asteroid chunk collections, because it is. Similar ships like these that I'm going to be putting together are the same types of ships used to go and to get promethium chunks from the Shattered Planet. Ginormous bricks, basically. Now, obviously, there's a lot of other mechanics that we could also abuse, like thruster stacking, but we're not going to do that. Would you believe it if I told you that there's also another unintended mechanic as well? Many such cases. We don't need to do thruster stacking. We're not looking to be the fastest ships on the planet. That's unnecessary. You don't need that. Just going to stack pretty much as many as we can. Let's get a good amount of thrusters. oxidizer. Do a similar construction. For the fuel. Okay. Pump. Probably gonna do throttling. Gonna move these up one. Oxidizer. There's our oxidizer. We're gonna have a clock to throttle this. much just sticks out? That's fine. Water. Okay. We also need this water for the power plant. Because we need a nuclear power plant. Solar is not going to cut that mustard. We're not going to... Yeah, it's just not going to work. %, 200%, 120. That's not great. Okay, shouldn't need that many. It's not 32. It should be 16. Okay. I was hoping to have some room to be able to put some production in the back, but we don't exactly have the most. It's fine. Okay, power plant. Really hope this doesn't back up too badly. It shouldn't. Because we are definitely going to have avenues of dealing with waste. I'm thinking on if I want to use the forges here. The problem that I have with the forge is that it does give a nice productivity bonus and 6 module slots. The issue that I have with it is that the base 10% quality. That's annoying. Very annoying. We also need room to put a bunch of rear guard as well here, so let's actually get rid of all these belts. And think about putting a bunch of rear guard here. should get better coverage of that area. Why is this one tile up? Oh, it's because of this. No, this is the exact same. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. Okay. Two sides. Fuck, why are there so many of them? It looks like to push back against the jellyfish menace, we're gonna have to resort to more... extreme tactics. Yeah, you are never headed to Mirandus. tungsten. Perfect. It's time to bring in the artillery. Because it appears that we've really agitated the locals. And yeah, they've been constantly expanding, I think, into our pollution cloud. Because I've definitely not had these shitters here before. We need explosives, which means we need water. Oh, we'll just use a long pipe, that's fine. Sulfur. Perfect. Okay, that's explosives. All we're missing now is just tungsten. And that's that. That'll do the job. Artillery already working as intended. Now we should be fine. Time to continue building. Wonder what they're going to use that for. That'll have to do. The biggest concern that I have is producing enough ice. Okay, lovely. Ammo belt here. Can we get this to a... Don't think so. That's fine. But that means I definitely want to not interfere with this belt. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to have two sides that are going to be producing ammo. Of course, then there's going to have to be the center area. Okay. No, this works. This is fine. don't think I need this on two sides, actually. No, I'm just gonna do the same concept. All our ammo in a central area going around in a loop. Underground here. So that'll be the intersection for that. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it as a loop. The occasional splitter. Perfect. Room some more resources from an underground can just go down that way. Other splitter. It doesn't exactly put everything on both belts. I don't like that exactly. That should work. Okay. Iron is going to go on the right. Ice in the middle. Carbon on the left. And of course, we need to make a filter for the thing we're coming here for. Because that shit should not be on the belt under any circumstance. Okay. Splash. We need water so we can make explosives. And coal. I think I figured out my Fallout 4 crashing issues. Added face gen data for the quest mods I run. Smoothed out things a ton, but that's as engine gets bogged down generating NPC faces, apparently. Don't they use a lot of the same templates for NPC faces? I guess it's because of just the sheer number of them, right? That have to get like randomly generated. That's probably what causes slowdowns. Because Fallout, I assume it's a lot. Yeah, mods as well. That's true, Boyman's Mini. That's true, that's true. Well, the, I don't know if you're running like texture packs or whatever. Face gen data is pre-generated faces. Gotcha. I can definitely say we're getting relatively close to being done with this thing. Relatively. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. That should be exactsies. I think. I'm not running that texture replacers. Oh, that many texture replacers? Some weapon and armor replacers, though? Makes sense. I know people somehow run this game with 800 mods, pushing 300, 800 mod. They must have a crazy rig, like a really good CPU. Another telltale comment which proves you know nothing about police protocol. Boy meets mini, ban. Every single police protocol says you cannot stand in front of a vehicle unless there is no reason to. Unless you actually have like a reason to. And he was standing in front of the vehicle. Yep, banned. Well, enjoy this ban, retard. Because you have proven wholeheartedly incapable. Just to read the last message. Another tell comment which proves you know nothing about police protocol. Within ISIS protocol, it says that you do not stand in front of a vehicle because it causes unnecessary danger to yourself for no reason. You claim that police can't arrest someone that is actively obstructing officers. No. She was not actively obstructing officers. She was telling the officers to fucking go. Stupid. This is a ban, by the way. Ban. I've had enough. And disobeying a lawful order. Either of those actions can get you arrested. Both of them combined, such as in this case, is a guarantee of arrest. Once again, real law enforcement ain't nothing like Grand Theft Auto. Ban. Just ban. Retarded. Stupid. Moron. Doesn't care about law enforcement officer. Actively obstructing the fucking police officers when she clearly was not doing the case. Just ban. Pull the trigger. Doesn't care. If you want to leave one final comment yourself, Boy Meets Mini, that's up to you. But ban him. I want him gone. By the way, he commented on your JD Vance video saying that the officer acted within policy. Insane. Ban. Just ban. Acted within policy. Except he didn't. That was your last chance, you mentally retarded fucking moron. It is time for you to go for forever. He will not be missed. No one will remember him in history. He will die alone. I'm gonna drop some Urdu in this last comment, then ban. He's just too stupid. It doesn't matter. Ban him. That's the final straw. He's just defending the indefensible because he's too stupid. Genuinely fucking insane. Like the position is just indefensible. You cannot defend it. What's this? Refraction generator. So this is the new way to make power on Hieron. 15 megawatts. Acceptable fluid. The light. And use the refract... Okay, I see. Interesting. We do need to head to Hieron in order to fix this problem, though. It's going to involve a bunch of refraction generators and holmium plate. Fluorite. Okay. Because that is a problem we will definitely need to fix. It's one of the first problems we need to fix. In fact... I'm just waiting for like the significant drop in comics and comments on all the videos because we're getting rid of fucking Commodore. Actually, hold on. Take some screenshots. Take some screenshots first of this moron. I'm gonna take some screenshots of this moron. His whole comment thread trying to defend the indefensible, like unironically. It is just indefensible. Yep. The second video, by the way, that came out from the cop, the POV of the cop, which conservatives are saying exonerates the cop, it doesn't. Our favorite Commodore defended it. So, bye-bye. Yeah, of course he did. Meanwhile, he was like also trying to pseudo-intellectually basically say like, so why are you trying to... I'm trying to understand your thought process. Why are you blaming Nick Shirley for this? Because the basis for the increased officer deployment within Minneapolis was because of the Nick Shirley video. Kristi Noem has said it, the president has said it, the vice president has said it. They've all said it. You know what's hilarious? Legal probably thought it exonerated the cop because it was leaked to a right-wing... Of course it was leaked to a right-wing website. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Also, thanks to that moron, there's now more publicly available evidence. Yeah, he also said, fuck that bitch. It's just asshole. Like, he's just a fucking asshole. Like, all the way through. Just a piece of shit. Miserable, miserable wretch. Let me see. Damn. Motherfucking bastards like you should burn in hell with Satan forever. Get out of here ASAP, you son of a bitch. Is he gone? Yeah, I said what he said, or I saw what he said. I also took all the screenshots as well. Like, it's just... It's indefensible. And he's trying to defend it, of course. Now pull the trigger. Get rid of him. Get him gone. And there's the gigantic fucking purge of comments. Like, fuck off. This like, he is unironically just a demon. Miserable, miserable, miserable fucking wretch. Yep, there he is. Commodore Mitchlap is gone now. Bye-bye. That was your last chance to try to look like a human being, and you failed miserably. Yep, the saga ends. The saga ends. How long did we keep him around for? It's like 2 weeks at least? 3? Is it a month? This is a while. It's sad when you have to put down a pet. That's true. Just like all those espers we kicked. No, that's kind of fucked up, dude. Listen, we'd never put down the espers. It's okay. But yeah, he's way better gone. He offers nothing, and fundamentally speaking, just wholeheartedly incapable of caring or learning about anything whatsoever. Shoo-shoo. Just shoo-shoo. Shoo-shoo. He was given chance after chance after chance after chance to improve, and he didn't. Just refused. So bye-bye. Bye-bye. What's science doing here? Everything here seems to be proceeding quite well. Going to the park today? That's nice. And we're maintaining a clear 1K 60 Fahrenheit. That's like 10 degrees or something? It feels like this winter has been it was like quite aggressive at first. I say relatively speaking. It's 15 degrees. Interesting. Okay. It was like aggressive at first, like quite cold, a lot of snow, and then it just calmed down like immediately. It became mild instantaneously. Like basically around the solstice. Because now it's like raining and stuff. sure did rain a lot early on, and then poof, no more. What's Snow Clueless? That is true. Why, would that be in the northern parts of California, I think? There is a lot of snow, I think. Okay, we'll insert calcite here. There's our ingredients for thruster fuel. Yeah, the Sierras have a lot of snowpack right now. Gotcha. Fit in beacons. The one that's probably going to be the most annoying to take care of is definitely going to be the ice and the calcite, because we need the ice and the calcite to go two different directions. This side. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10. 10. Okay, perfect. These will be our reprocessors if there's too many of particular asteroid chunks. One, two, three, four, five. Three of those. 3 to 2. Because what's always more important is the ice. Ice is always way more important in comparison to calcite, because everything that requires calcite in its recipe is very, 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 very efficient. Those two should go here. Those two will go here. Perfect. Okay, that works. Recipe check. Lovely. Ammo production will go here. Some of the excess iron plates will come here, with rocket missile production over here. I forgot how big these fucking things are. It's a little overkill, but I want to use the forge somewhere, so I'm going to use it here. Right, we have to figure out a way to deal with the quality bullets. That's annoying. how are we gonna deal with all the quality bullets? Because we want to get rid of those. God, I forget how fucking big these things are. 6x6 is insane. I think I'm just gonna throw the quality bullets out. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw the quality bullets away, I think. Because we don't need them. Like, they add more damage and everything and blah blah blah, but they're just unnecessary. It's one of those things where it's just like, it's enough to make like a thing be a complete nuisance. Greater than common. Okay, that should be fine. In terms of insertion, like so. And then all this space up here can be used for belt storage of our Mirandite chunks. Then we can build this flying brick. take care of the iron ore. I'll need one machine for this. Just very easily stick a beacon here. Boom. Need plenty of iron for armaments. That should be a good amount. That's explosives. Coal, explosives stuck here. Easy clap. Then we have to finagle the carbon down here. We do also need to finagle the ice as well. But we can finagle the ice by pretty much bringing it straight through the inserters, like so. Simple and clean. So that'll take care of your ice. That'll take care of your calcite. Now we just need to make sure everything gets properly separated. Separate but equal. Okay, MFF. MFM. You. Ice goes here. beer bash raid, bash raid. We got a bash raid. How's it going, gamers? Welcome, Beer Bash Johnson. Welcome, Raiders. How are we all doing this fine night? I am Daharumba, and I am but a humble variety streamer. Thank you for the shout out, Boy Meets Mini, to Mr. Beer Bash. Right now, I'm designing a ship. The hell is OpenTD? What's that? Totally free. I'm down. The hell is OpenTD? I'm a humble variety streamer. I yap about politics and play video games online. Because the economy sucks balls. Open source game made from Chris Sawyer, Transport Tycoon, Deluxe. Huh. Interesting, I didn't know that. That's really fascinating. That's really cool, actually. That sounds interesting. I mean, you know, DM me. If you're ever down to play. I'm up for it. No biggie. Yes, I also have a YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Neato. I wish I had some room to stick beacons for these things, but I don't. We'll have no beacons for these, unfortunately. Unless I shift everything down a tile. Then we can make space for beacons. But then I'd have to shift all of this down a tile, and that might be kind of annoying. I wouldn't have to shift any of this stuff. I would have to shift all this stuff. Let me see if I can logistically make this work. Well, I'm not concerned about performance, right? Like, I have a very good rig. I can't shift this all down by one pretty easily, actually. I have to figure out how to take care of that, though. Simple. And that problem has now been solved. Okay, cool. And now we should be able to fit beacons. Beacons, 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 beacons. We shove them up here. This is going to be our ammo belt and everything else. It's perfect. Perfect. I must say, one of the best parts about this DLC for Factorio is definitely figuring out designs for spaceships. This one we may have to get a little creative. Perfect. Perfect. I just remembered we need rocket turrets as well. Yeah, we also need rocket turrets, don't we? I forgot about those. That's annoying. because this thing right here is totally fine. So good, it's all dandy. Nope, we also need front-facing rocket turrets. We might not have as much belt storage as I thought. Maybe. We'll still have quite a bit. Not as much as I thought, because I need fucking rocket turrets at the front as well. I don't think I need rows of 2. I think I probably only need rows of 1 because my rockets are one-shots now. So I probably only need rows of 1 rocket turret at a time. I think. One, two, three, four. Well, 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 if it isn't El Fordus Netus.
Imagine a world, Ryan, free of cancel culture, where no one can call me out for my outlandish claims. A world where I can say the N-word.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Ford is a bunch of malarkey. What the fuck are you doing up so early, putis? Or up so late, rather, old man. You're not tired, Putanya? Do we believe this old man? I don't know. These 2 rocket turrets being right here, can I get rid of them? Because we can't have this belt jam. Because this belt jam's the problem. Let me see, can we adjust this? Each. Output the signals. By default, it'll go to about 300. If I were to change it to 75, would that help? If I were to change this to 400, would that help? Okay, let's try that. The only problem... No, I think I always have to set this to 300. The problem with this system is that it assumes there's only going to be the 3 types of asteroids. The problem is that we're going to be adding a 4th. Which may cause problems with this system. Maybe. Maybe. Because the whole point of this over here is to basically prevent jamming. Here's what we're going to do as well. We're going to do this as well. What the hell? Dude, yo, Pog you, best viewers. That was a new one. I haven't seen that one before, Boy Meets Minnie. Holy shit, Boardnet's just saying slurs. What the? Holy guacamole. Holy moly. He's just saying slurs on the internet. Imagine if someone unironically got banned for saying the word clanker. Now that would be funny. I would laugh my ass off, because it would be quite hilarious.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
That's true. Well, Ford, unfortunately, it is the end of an era. The one Trump reply guy that we had, we got rid of him. He's gone. We finally got rid of we put down the pet. He's been put down. Finally, One Piece is ending. Wait, don't tell Mr. Beast that. That saga is so funny. All the anime fans being pissed at Mr. Beast that he's a fake fan, and that the only reason why he's getting into why he started listening to One Piece is because, again, he's just trying to do some promotion for Netflix. It's like, yeah, no shit, he is. It's Mr. Beast. That's all he does. So like Elon in gaming, pretty much, yeah. He released his like list of anime that he's watched, and it's the most like it's a very mainstream list of anime. It's just like pretty much just like, oh, I've seen basically all the exact same animes as well. I've seen a couple extra. I don't think he had Cowboy Bebop on that list. I've seen Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop's great. He had like Code Geass, he had Death Note, Akame ga Kill. I've not seen Akame ga Kill. I probably would like Akame ga Kill. What else did he have? He had a bunch of other shit, but it was like just mainstream anime. Very mainstream. Everybody knows these anime. And everyone was just clowning on him for it. It's funny. Shut the fuck up with this. You'd probably like those shows as well, if you saw them. Forzen subs out. No one likes them. No, I don't think so. Yeah, okay, put this. Alright, puto. Put the fucking coping and seething in the bag. Alright. Put the cope in the bag. Put the copium in the bag. Yeah, Forzen subs. Kind of weird.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Yeah, good one. That's a Forzen W. Well, that's a sneaky W. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually put these two together here. The calcite and the... because we don't need a lot of calcite for this to just function. Calcite and the ice. Wait, no, we don't want to do that. Right. It's not the ice. Right, it's not the ice and the calcite we want to combine together. It's the iron and the calcite we want to combine together for thruster fuel. Right. This is really cutting into a lot of our chunk storage, which kind of sucks, but not really much we can do about that. Abolish ice. What are you, a fucking libtard? I probably should stop with the Factorio now. Oh, we're almost done with the ship. Yeah, I've been playing for too long. We've been playing for a little too long. Fuck my life. Alright, I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we'll get started on the Yapperoni. Yeah, I am a gamer. Happens. I'll be right back.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Here's... I just found the list. Death Note, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, Solo Leveling, Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan, Steins Gate, Frieren Code Geass, Naruto, Gundam Iron Blood. Some of these I don't know. No Cowboy Bebop in this list. Pretty troll. Of course he likes My Hero Academia. It's just mainstream shit. Doesn't even have Dragon Ball on here. SMH. Purports to be a mainstream... Purports to be a mainstream anime watcher. Doesn't even watch the most mainstream of anime. SMH. Also, the Iranian protests are they're escalating, by the way. Listen, Alex, I don't know why you're discriminating. It's kind of messed up, bro. It's kind of weird. A little weird. It's a little weird.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe.
Begin against green bullets.
You're just fucking racist!
Can't believe that Alex Royfoss would be racist. It's 33 minutes. Why is this so long? can't believe that you'd be bigoted against super mutants, Alex. It's kind of messed up, dude. Damn, I can't believe that Zohran... I was saying that Zohran really needs to hit the ground running if he wants to be able to get his agenda in, and I mean, he just got... he just got one of his biggest fucking promises and policy proposals. Universal childcare. That was one of his biggest proposals that he was campaigning on. It's fantastic, dude. It's going exactly as I predicted. He's flexing his muscles. And you know what? I love being correct. I love being right constantly. this. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Portland. I'm looking for an article that basically says, for the Portland ice shooting, because basically what happened is the police shot the two people who are alleged Chanderagua gang members. They're just saying that because they're brown, of course. They lived, they're stable, and basically they shot them and then just left them there. They called 911 themselves. Yeah, brown people must be Chanderagua. Any evidence for there being TDA in Portland? No, it's very little. But these people don't care. There's very little evidence for any of their bullshit, but they just do it because JD Vance says they have absolute immunity, which is just not a thing. It's like, no, they don't. They do not have absolute immunity. Bullshit. I know the DHS apparently also put out a tweet just having their fucking faces on as well. It's like, oh yes, of course. You would do that. Here it is. protest in Queen's chant. Say it loud, say it clear. We support Hamas here. Federal agents? Question mark? Feds? I mean, optically speaking, it just makes them look really, really bad. Per New York Fed, unemployment rate for recent college graduates rose to 41.8%. Very cool. Trying to find an article. They're really not. There's no articles basically saying that they got shot in the face and then they just left. That's crazy. Did find something. Okay. Dim fool. Dim fool. Pim tool. He's a dim man. Alright, let's get started. I suppose this is our fourth episode of Attack on Grifters, and we are going after now Tim Fool, Dim Fool, Pim Tool, Timpool. Timpool. What is there to say about our favorite beanie wearing conservative? Well, just like is standard here, we start with a little bit of history here. We go through a bit of a timeline of events, and we sort of come to a sort of culmination for where we are right now. With Tim Pool specifically, there's like a bunch of different... He's released like thousands of videos on the internet where you can basically just tear it apart and call him a dumbass. Tim Pool basically likes to frame himself as a classical liberal, and that he moved more to the right because he felt the Democratic Party left him. Because it went too far left or whatever. Stupid. Every single time these people say that, it's a lie. It's a lie. In reality, if you look at Tim Pool's broader sort of catalog of videos, very often, very, very often, he will just do everything possible in order to just take the side of the right. Consistently. Actually, let me grab, I think, a quote that pretty much summarizes this perfectly from the funny horseman Vosh himself.
Joined Tim Pool.
Shut up. Grabbing this from a David Dole video. I don't want to go through the entire VOD and find the exact quote. But this quote here, specifically from Vosh, I think perfectly summarizes Tim Pool in one sentence.
You claim to have like this a disaffected sort of like anti-establishment view of all of this, but your channel is hyper partisan against the left, and then when anyone criticizes Trump, you'll either defend him harshly or you'll back up and say, well, they're all bad.
Libertarians.
I think that is a perfect claim made there by Vosh that summarizes Tim Pool in a nutshell, and that's pretty much his whole entire grift. He framed himself as this classical liberal, attending stuff like, well, Occupy Wall Street, where during, this would have been around 2008, 2009, very, very early days of streaming. He took his camera, his like phone, and started streaming the events of Occupy Wall Street. And this is basically where he kind of just got his start. And that was where he was basically able to propel himself into his sort of media career. Because after filming Occupy Wall Street, I couldn't find all the shit about this. We're just going to reference Wikipedia specifically. So obviously, Occupy Wall Street, he was there during 2011. Right after that, because he started to gain some prominence within, or because of the live streaming of Occupy Wall Street, he went to a bunch of other protests, big protests, and just started covering them. After that, he joined Vice and Fusion Media, still went around, going to film a bunch of different protests, and then after that he pretty much left Vice. I don't remember exactly the reasonings that he left Vice. He said that he just sort of didn't really like it. And we now get to a independent Tim Pool, where he starts his YouTube channel right around 2016. He went to the Milwaukee riots, and generally speaking, and this is like very prominent with Tim Pool, specifically with these no-go zones in Sweden. Tim Pool went to Sweden in 2017 to cover these no-go zones, and basically, I think there was a video about this by either, I think the video essayist Jose, or was it Big Joel? It's either Jose or Big Joel, sort of deconstructing Tim Pool's sort of documentary, his like escapade within Sweden with a bunch of far-right politicians and sort of figures within Swedish politics. And essentially he just more or less just took the side of the politicians, not really challenging any of their narratives whatsoever, and just kind of like stayed there and was just like, yeah, you know, this is like a particularly vulnerable area of Sweden where there's like a lot of fucking migrants, and they didn't really find many instances of that whatsoever. If I can remember who exactly made that video, I'll probably stick that video in the description. I think it's a very, very, very sort of good explainer for how Tim Pool operates. Just like Vosh said, Tim Pool pretends to be a disaffected liberal, but will be hyper partisan against any liberal, anyone on the left, anyone who will have criticisms of those on the right. Tim Pool will go to the bat very, very aggressively against them specifically, and will just be like, yeah, no, fuck you, you suck, you're wrong about everything, and I'm just going to fight against you. You know, some more history here. Just in 2019, because I completely forgot about this, by the way. 2019, Tim Pool was the guy, I guess like the sort of tech guy, who talked with Jack Dorsey on the Joe Rogan Experience. There was also like, I think another person there as well. And he just went on there to do like the whole criticism of free speech and all that stuff. This was 2019 with Milo Yiannopoulos. This was like the point in time, I think, where Milo was, he got banned for basically saying that there is no problem with a relationship he once had with someone who was significantly older when he was a kid. Like, he was basically just saying, like, yeah, actually pedophilia is okay. We don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with it. There was that. This is also the whole time with, like, Leslie Jones getting harassed because of the really bad Ghostbusters remake. Of course, all the conservatives claimed it was because it was an all-woman cast. That's why the movie was bad. No, the movie was just not a good movie. It was just a bad movie. It's not because of the cast. The cast took what they had and acted, and there wasn't really any problems with the cast. The problem was with the construction of the movie itself. It's a problem with writers and the creative team. Of course, Tim Pool also was invited to participate at Mar-a-Lago, I believe. He went to multiple Mar-a-Lago parties where he was like dressed in a suit, and famously he had the fucking beanie on. He took a photo with Roger Stone, and of course, like, he defended Kyle Rittenhouse. Obviously, he basically pushed a bunch of fake news about the election fraud, did anti-vax shit. He basically, every single instance where he could basically take the side of the right, he always would. And he would pretend to be like, oh, I'm just a disaffected liberal. I'm just like a classical liberal. I just hate the left because they've gone too far. They're too woke, blah, 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 blah. Standard fucking bullshit like this. We've all seen this before. Even though with his content output, the much larger sort of portions of the content output, it's always been favoring and hyper-partisan to the right. Again, I'm going to play the line from Vosh because, again, it's a perfectly accurate line.
You claim to have like this a disaffected sort of like anti-establishment view of all of this, but your channel is hyper partisan against the left, and then when anyone criticizes Trump, you'll either defend him harshly or you'll back up and say, well, they're all bad.
Libertarian.
It's perfect. Absolute fucking perfection here, because that's a perfect describer there of Tim Pool and his whole sort of grift. And right-wingers fucking love former liberals who move over to the right. Another example of this is someone like Sam Hyde, someone like the Weinstein brothers, someone like Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is I'm probably going to make a video in this series specifically about Dave Rubin, but Dave Rubin is a perfect, and I mean a perfect example for the sort of archetype of individual that I'm talking about here. Just someone who is disaffected by the left and decides to become a conservative grifter from the beginning, when in reality, always was a grifter from the beginning. Oh, 1000%. I've said that about Destiny as well. I don't think Destiny stands really on much principle whatsoever, and he'll adopt particular positions for a debate in order to just get dunks. But now, we have Tim Pool's sort of saga here with the Majority Report, with Sam Cedar. Now, obviously, big fan of the Majority Report. I love the Majority Report. Majority Report, fantastic. We love that shit. The thing with Tim Pool specifically with the Majority Report, and the thing with his sort of like problems with so he's done like multiple debates with multiple members. Obviously, we should all sort of acknowledge the where's the first famous instance? Right here. The first instance, this I think was in about like 2019. I think this was like basically right before COVID. Right before COVID, Tim Pool had a Zoom call with Sam Cedar. They had a debate, and I would say that this is like a really sort of famous instance. Yeah, there's two Weinstein brothers, Alex. Yeah, there's two of them. He had like this the famous moment, the classic moment where he interacted, and we just have to play the video. Just let it play.
Your weight behind somebody who's going to make concentration camps.
No, I'm not willing to put. I'm willing to put my weight behind diminishing the number of concentration camps.
I think.
Real quick, this is first off. Here's how you know that Tim Pool is a grifter. Very often in his like sort of debate tactics, his main strategy is to basically bring up a bunch of philosophical frameworks of how people think. He loves to bring up philosophy, despite the fact that he has like no fucking idea whatsoever about any philosophy. He'll like bring up utilitarianism, deontology, all this fucking bullshit, when in reality, bro doesn't know any of that shit, okay? Literally no clue whatsoever in terms of what is necessary to be able to be philosophically rigorous. Doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. And it's fairly clear. And the reason why he does that is because he has to play the part, like I mentioned earlier, about the former liberal who left and became a part of the right. I don't know, liberals, generally speaking, in comparison to conservatives, are much more intelligent, much more curious, much more willing to sort of explore complex concepts and engage in critical thinking. Conservatives don't do that. Typically, they just look at a thing and say, am I afraid of it or not? Okay, I'm afraid of it, therefore I don't like it. Therefore, I'm going to sort of, make my whole politics about things that I'm afraid of. Philosophy, they don't care about this stuff. Like, it's nonsensical, even though there are people who are probably like right-wing philosophers who sort of explain like right-wing sort of philosophical thought, but for the most part, like right-wingers themselves don't really care about that. Yeah, I once was lost, but now I'm found. That's a perfect sort of descriptor there of Tim Pool, 1000%. And very often, and he's very, very weaselly, very often, he'll try to like basically use, I don't know, like Reddit sort of tier of I'm 14 and this is very deep, talking about like philosophy, despite the fact that he has like no education in philosophy. I don't even know if he's read many books about philosophy. Like, let's be honest here. I don't know if he's read any philosophers. He'll just like talk about these particular things as if he's like an authority on them in particular. And in reality, you sort of like look at it, he gets called out on that. And it's just like, bro, you're just a fucking dumbass. Like, what are you talking about?
I think that before you go, that's a really great point that I think may...
Oh yeah, and they're talking about the differences between utilitarianism and deontology here, based off of, and I guess the conversation stems from the fact that I would, like Sam Cedar said, like, I would, if either candidate in an election is looking to build like max amount of concentration camps and the other guy's looking to build less concentration camps, you choose the guy who's going to build less concentration camps. It's really, really simple. And then Tim Pool's like basically like trying to argue around that. It's very strange.
Great. It's utilitarianism versus deontologism that you're quantifying versus I'm not. You see what I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying your philosophical standard is the minimization of harm, and mine is more about the individual is the small. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I'm curious about the second part of that. You said, you know what I mean, because I really don't.
Oh,
Mine is
so
about minimization
there's two,
of harm.
the two philosophies.
Yeah, I did like this sort of idea that it's based, deontology is based off of the will of the sort of individual here. The fact that there are individuals sort of willing to build a bunch of concentration camps is kind of bad. Like, if we're stuck with two individuals who either one wants to build concentration camps and there's like no way, like there's no two ways about it. They both want to build concentration camps using your tax dollars, which you don't really have a say in. Basically saying like, can we not build the concentration camps? No, either guy is going to build concentration camps. It's like, okay, how many concentration camps are we talking about here? This guy's going to build 100 times more concentration camps in comparison to the other guy. Then at that point, it's just like, I guess I'll just vote for the guy who's going to build less concentration camps. But sometimes there's always a funny third option, and that is to not participate whatsoever in that election.
About feeling...
Violating the ethics of an individual is violating ethics regardless. And yours is minimization of harm is better. So utilitarian versus deontological. From my standpoint, committing one unethical act is a violation of principle and ethics that can't be crossed. But I will admit, there's not like a hard line. It's you know.
The very like cucked mentality, by the way. It's just like, you're gonna fuck over the will of the individual because of, I don't know, wanting to vote against less concentration camps. I think every individual would agree that both of these sort of candidates in this hypothetical election having to build concentration camps, it's just bad either way. So it's just like, okay, what's going to be the less bad at this point?
I think that is silly, to be honest with you.
Hi, Michael.
I respect you, but they're very strong philosophical positions held by most people.
I believe that less suffering is better, and that I am willing to...
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
And this is where they like... Yeah, who cares? We're talking about two candidates that are looking to build concentration camps, and one guy is going to build less concentration camps in comparison to the other one. I mean, the hypothetical here is inherently fucking ridiculous, but yeah, less concentration camps is good. Yeah, I like sometimes... Hey, Tim Pool, just for you, buddy. Occam's razor, okay? Sometimes the simplest explanation is the best one, okay? It's really, really simple, actually. And here's the thing specifically as well. This was like this whole sort of... I have to grab the clip. I completely forgot that I didn't get the clip. Where Tim Pool was like... trying to further explain his position. It was like bringing up Marvel and fucking Thanos or some shit. I have to pull it up. Yeah, deontology is not a like. It's not a philosophical framework. He is thinking about the consequentialism because he's fucking stupid. It doesn't matter. Just idiot. I mean, it proves that he just doesn't fucking know shit. Fucking Thanos, bro. Do we know where can someone get the Tim Pool, like, saying that he's, like, Thanos clip, trying to bring in, like, a Marvel argument or some shit? I really doubt Sam is well, Sam doesn't really care about engaging with philosophical frameworks whatsoever. I don't. He just doesn't care about that. He just prefers to have what is going to be the best outcomes, policy-wise. He doesn't give a shit about like deontology versus utilitarianism or consequent. He doesn't really bother sort of with the whole sort of like mental exercise of trying to ground his axioms philosophically speaking, because it's just like, bro, I just want to see the country get better. Like, that's pretty much like literally it. That is basically the position of Sam Cedar in a nutshell. Like, that's it. Done. Easy. I found it. So yeah, pretty much after like Tim Pool cited some like random philosophical concepts out of nowhere. Again, like, he doesn't understand what utilitarianism or deontology is. Again, he's more than likely thinking about consequentialism and not deontology. Whatever. Tim Pool's an idiot, of course. He decided to sort of, I guess, come to Sam Cedar's quote-unquote level and then just bring up Thanos randomly, talking about how Thanos is a utilitarian or some fucking shit.
So, for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian and Captain America was deontological.
I didn't.
So Thanos willing to...
Why are we attributing these things to superheroes in movies? Why are we doing this? I don't know.
Reduce the suffering by killing, hundreds of trillions versus the, thousands of trillions, which would be living better off. And I admit I'll call it...
Yeah, so that was the whole thing. Like, Sam Cedar basically just looked at that and was just like, this is fucking stupid. I haven't watched that movie yet with my son because hasn't gotten to the age where he soys out over Marvel. Like, very soy, very fucking stupid. But then, going onwards, after that first debate, COVID happens, and they were supposed to have another debate. Tim Pool wanted to bring people in, right? And he got pissed by the fact that Sam Cedar, who has kids, he's an adult, I think he was married, but he had kids. He was married, but I think he divorced with his wife. I don't remember exactly. And he takes care of his fucking kids. It's going to be kind of difficult because at this point, Tim Pool was like living in his fucking compound out in Virginia, and all he would do, even during COVID, he would bring in people to do debates. It's like, we're following COVID protocols and stuff like that. It's like, well, I don't want to go there while traveling because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen in a pressurized tube known as an airplane. Like, fuck that. I might get COVID. I don't want to deal with that shit. I'm not going to go to your compound. Also, I have kids. Because, by the way, the reason why Tim Pool, again, sounds like a fucking idiot when he was complaining about that shit, it's like, the first debate you had with Sam Cedar was on a Zoom call. Why couldn't you just do another Zoom call? Oh, because... And he would, like, come up with, like, really pathetic fucking excuses, saying, like, oh, well, it's because we don't have the setup for it. We don't have this and that. Okay. The bullshit. You download the application, Zoom. You sign in. And then you just host the call. What do you mean you don't have, like, the proper setup for it or whatever? Incredibly fucking stupid. But here's the thing. This is where Tim gets pissed with Emma Vigeland specifically. Now, there was, I think, this was, in 2023. So when he was still having debates and more left-wingers were going on to Tim Pool's show to debate him and, I don't know, other people probably. He went on, Emma Vigeland went on there and basically made Tim Pool look like a complete idiot. Basically like a complete idiot. He barely knew what he was talking about in terms of Ukraine, Israel, barely knew what he was talking about in terms of, there was like a neo-Nazi mass shooter who did a shooting pretty recently, and he said like the sort of things that helped attribute to his radicalization is that he watched a lot of Tim Pool. It's just like, well, that's a little interesting. Why are neo-Nazis, and the dude had like a swastika tattoo and everything, so definite neo-Nazi. Why is that dude trying to say he watched a bunch of Tim Pool? I also remember this, like, all the like right-wingers were trying to deflect from the fact that dude was a neo-Nazi by saying like, the dude's a Hispanic, he's a Mexican. How can you have Mexican neo-Nazis? It's like, there's nothing about like a particular race of a person and them not being a neo-Nazi. Like, there were Jewish neo-Nazis. Zionists, I argue, are basically fucking Jewish neo-Nazis. Like, it's fucking stupid. Yeah. Boy Meets Minnie, like, how many fucking Filipinos tend to be fucking neo-Nazis? Like, a bunch of them? Like, okay, dude. It's like, okay. Just because people aren't white doesn't mean they can't be neo-Nazis. It's very fucking simple. And this is where, basically, Tim Pool was having a bit of trouble in his sort of relationship, or relationships in general. At this point in time, his family basically disowned him because of all the misinformation that he was spreading out about COVID. He like admitted on air that he was just like, well, I'm like 34 and I still don't have a partner. This is kind of important because apparently now he does have a partner. I have no idea how the fuck this month. Trust me, guys, let me tell you, men who are lonely and are single, if Tim Pool can get a partner, so can you. I believe in you. Yeah, somehow he got like a partner. He admitted on air that his parents had him when they were like in their 20s, and like, I'm 34, I still don't have a partner. But here's the thing, I know it's not me, and I can't find anyone, and I know I'm not the problem. Tim, problem with that, anyone who says that is definitely the problem. You're telling on yourself there, buddy. Why the fuck would you ever say that you're not the problem in that particular instance? That's an incredibly fucking stupid thing for you to say. But, I digress. Here's him with Emma Vigeland basically airing out his grievances like every other conservative does.
I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something.
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
to react to what? Okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with
original thoughts.
Wait, it is my original thought.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy.
Oh, yeah, she was also debating another fucking idiot, Actual Justice Warrior. Basically, Actual Justice Warrior, I think he's like a lawyer or something. Then he pretends he's like a right-wing lawyer. He fights like against SJWs. It's really LARP being stupid. I don't know. It's fucking stupid.
I post a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yep, you disagree with...
Okay, well, here's the thing, Pool. The dude Tim Pool, the dude mentioned that he watched a bunch of your show in his manifesto before doing the terror attack that he did. Huh? Like, what do you mean? Why would he bring up your show when basically why would someone want to bring up your show that's a known neo-Nazi and say that this was a tool used to aid in his radicalization, because he admits that in the manifesto, and you're like trying to deflect from that? Again, the reason why he's trying to deflect from that is because he has to do everything possible to not make it look like he's a right-winger and that he's still some quote-unquote classical liberal, disaffected liberal who's just so tired of all the woke Democrat, like, libtardness or whatever. because he knows that his grift will not be as effective if people know that he's just an outright right-wing propagandist. Basically, Tim Pool is someone who's supposed to try to bring people into the pipeline. If we want to just, go with the analogy of the alt-right pipeline again, he's supposed to bring people in by looking like he's a disaffected sort of liberal. Because, by the way, when I started my political journey in around 2019, you want to know what the algorithm started feeding me? That guy. It was feeding me Tim Pool. I watched a couple of his videos, and I didn't find them particularly interesting or compelling, so I just kind of moved on. And then it fed me Jordan Peterson, and then guess who it fed me immediately after? James Alsup. For those who don't know, James Alsup is a Nazi. And I watched one of his videos, and it was just Gamercape Slop Drek. And I was just like, okay, dude. Nice, we're doing this fucking shit in 2019, or 2019, 2020. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
With what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This was
Come on,
the claim that
Let's
you
hear it.
made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
He posted about it.
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of...
Proud Boy and January 6th insurrectionist Adam Kiefer. Thank you, Surfs, for that additional context.
Interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone.
You don't even know what you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
it's because you get
some
specific to obscure
some
fact.
guy
You called
posted
it a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument.
Oh, by the way, Emma Vigland, Emma's correct there when she says that. Tim Pool, very often, in order to cover for the fact that he is a grifter, will basically ask people for highly sort of specific examples, and that if you aren't perfectly precise in your example, dude, there's an article about this, there's multiple articles about this, and your dumbass name comes up in the manifesto. It's a done deal. You inspired a neo-Nazi fucking mass shooter. He watched your show. Why would a neo-Nazi mass shooter be appealed to your fucking goddamn show? Well, that's a little interesting, and want to watch multiple episodes. Now, I have neo-Nazis who come by my channel consistently. Maybe not consistently, every now and again. And I basically just shit on these people all the time. They'll leave a racist comment in chat or whatever, and then we just ban them and they fuck off. The algorithm works in mysterious and funny ways, and if you try to use particular tags and keywords in your sort of description, it'll attract particular people. That's kind of how it works. But Tim, buddy old pal, it's because you, again, like Vosh said, I'll play the fucking clip again, you are hyper-partisan and appeal specifically only to the right. It makes sense why eventually neo-Nazis come to your fucking channel.
You claim to have this a disaffected sort of anti-establishment view of all of this, but your channel is hyper partisan against the left, and then when anyone criticizes Trump, you'll either defend him harshly or you'll back up and say, well, they're all bad.
Libertarian.
Thank you, David. You keep saying libertarian. What the heck? I can't believe that Vosh is a libertarian. Inconceivable. Memes aside, yeah, you are hyper partisan and appeal to the right, buddy. You appeal to the right. It's so obvious and fucking clear that you are just on the right, my dude.
You have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer. And weirdly, for this neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, he it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that someone told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my...
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But
scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
By the way, he got mad there. Yeah, your show is for neo-Nazis. You directly appeal to the far right, Tim. You yourself are also incredibly far right. We've seen your escapades. You are on the far right. Period. End of story. You had fucking Kanye West on your podcast when he was doing his whole fucking little Nazi show and tell. By the way, this is also mostly famous amongst politics heads who are terminally online like myself. This is the whole sort of famous instance where he also got mad at Emma Vigland about apparently Emma and I think it was also Emma and Matt, I think, editing some of because Tim Pool also made like 3 singles. They suck. It's really, really bad fucking music. Really, really bad, like, butt rock. Yeah, basically, I think, for lack of a better term. And basically, he made the claim and he got really mad, where basically he said that the Majority Report edited the sound of the song to make him sound worse. It's just like, no, dude. You just fucking suck at singing, man. You just don't... You're just not talented, bro. I mean, it is what it is. Like, that's just a fact. Yeah. And this is where he basically also said, there was the, he did the whole, like, whoopsie thing. Yeah, he's like, whoopsie! And it's just like, okay, dude, like, you're just, like every other sort of far-right dipshit, you're just gonna make, like, random claims and say a bunch of random fucking bullshit. For what purpose exactly? Nah. They just say stuff for the sake of saying stuff. Of course, this is, I believe... Oh, I think this is, this Majority Report video here talks exactly about... Yeah, Poole tells Destiny he believes the MR group put it through a filter to make it sound worse. Yes, exactly. This is the bit where he was, like, getting really, really fucking mad at Emma Vigeland, talking about how apparently Majority Report put his sort of song through a filter to make him sound worse. No, Tim, you just fucking suck at singing, bro.
You know, I was on Twitter last night, and then people started saying to me that Destiny was on Tim Pool, and I thought nothing of that, because I wasn't terribly interested in that anymore than I would be interested in any other, like, 2 people. But everyone knows how much I love it when Tim Pool name checks me. And
it's true.
Apparently Tim Pool is very mad at everybody here.
Yeah. Because this is in reference to something that we did on Thursday.
Yeah, so it's... Oh, you did this on Thursday?
Yeah, you weren't here.
Yeah, so... Oh, that's why...
Oh, yeah, also, yeah, another thing specifically with Tim Pool would got mad at the Majority Report because apparently he just... First off, he gets mad about the fact that the Majority Report has, I think, like, 70 plus videos on Dave Rubin when Sam Cedar made it very clear what the stated purpose of them having that many Dave Rubin, because they go over a lot of Dave Rubin stuff, and there was like a period of time where they went through a lot of Dave Rubin stuff, and the reason why they went through as much Dave Rubin as they did, basically calling him out for being a general fucking grifter, is because they wanted to make it such that if you search Dave Rubin, their videos would appear in the algorithm of them shitting on Dave Rubin's grift. If there's like a sort of reporter, or if there's like a sort of like bystander that sort of like stumbles across Dave Rubin for whatever fucking reason, their names, their videos would also show up as well in order to show like, yeah, Dave Rubin is a complete charlatan. That was one thing Tim Pool got really mad at. Another thing he also mentioned is that, and I think this was during, was it the Sam, because there was another Sam Cedar debate with Tim Pool, and I really wish I found this clip because it's extremely telling of Tim Pool's sort of grift in a nutshell. Tim Pool only cares about audience retention, just like every other grifter, right? And I believe this is when Sam Cedar and Tim Pool were sort of getting into it based off of Social Security. Tim Pool basically made a video about Social Security where he was just wrong about how Social Security works because he based his whole argument off of a headline that he got from a right-wing rag because right-winger. And Sam Cedar basically sat down and educated him, saying like, this is why you're wrong, this is how it works, you know, going through the whole shebang, right? And just explaining why he's an idiot. Tim Pool ended up being like, yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. I agree with you. Yeah, the stuff I was saying about Social Security was really, really fucking stupid. And Sam Cedar, because Sam Cedar talks about this in one of his episodes. I don't remember which one it is, where he basically was just like, oh, they're really mad at me. Tim Pool said that they're really mad at me. And he's like, well, who? Oh, my audience. And Sam's just like, well, why? Because I agreed too much with you. Which is extremely fucking telling, by the way. that Tim Pool doesn't actually believe in anything. It's like the same thing specifically with Blair White. Blair White took the political compass test, and it basically showed, because there was like a cut randomly, it basically showed that she was libertarian left, like very libertarian left. And then she decided to edit out the fact that that was her main result. Now, we can talk about how the political compass test sort of has an inherent bias to libertarian leftism, and there's an inherent problem with the political compass test. I definitely agree with that. I think the political compass test is really fucking dog shit. It was a trend. Everyone was fucking doing it. And she got results where basically it ended up being libertarian right. You know, slightly like libertarian still, but to the right, and like slightly, but still like pretty close to libertarian left, yada yada yada. And she's like, yep, that's totally my thing. But the tab of her initial results, and this is where she fucked up, was still open, and you could see it. It's just like, oh, okay, so you're just a liar, and the reason why you're saying this is to appeal to a particular audience. That's pretty much the same thing with Tim Pool. Like, all of these people, a lot of these right-wingers that are disaffected by the left and go to the right as a result don't actually fucking mean it, and the only reason why they're doing it is because they know there's a lot more money to be made being a right-wing grifter in comparison to making content that is on the left. Period. End of story. One side is principle, the other side only cares about the money. You can probably tell which side only cares about the money.
Oh, Matt, I was wondering why he's talking about it. What did you do on Thursday?
We made fun of his terrible music.
But this was a Thursday from like August of last year. This was not.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I remember when you guys did that, but I thought like you did it like yesterday.
No, oh no.
No, it was.
So this was like
7 months ago, 8 months, almost 8 months.
Yeah,
ago.
Tim Pool's music is dog shit.
I remember when he put out an album or a music video or whatever it was, and I was like, why is this coming up today? And I thought you guys had talked about him yesterday.
So either he's perusing our channel for videos about him because this is old, or he's just been carrying this with him for a long time.
And this is from a super chat. He gets one, I think, every few episodes where someone says
it's grievance shit, basically.
Why won't you debate Sam? And so
See, this is the problem that Tim has, because he sells off. He basically chooses money to be the way in which he addresses any type of criticism. Some people can stand up and pay for it. Like, you know, what we do is like we just take phone calls, and short of like your area code, we don't screen.
Right.
Sometimes I'm like, I want this region of the country. No, I don't think.
Yeah,
But we, you know, we took that guy because he sent me. He tweeted me.
Actually, Alex, I think you might be wrong. It's not how actually pro-corporate they are. It is, in fact, how much they do not like corporations and how much they actually do want to tax corporations. But I definitely agree with what you're saying there. There is an inherent problem within the political compass test where they do ask a lot of how pro-corporation you are. And a lot of the right-wingers will say, like, no, they're not actually pro-corporation, and they'll like shocked Pikachu face when it actually turns out they're on the left in terms of a lot of their economic policy prescriptions.
But Tim, because he pays, this happened to Dave Rubin a lot too, where you know you get paid to answer questions, and he got upset about it. Let's hear this. I haven't heard all of it. Someone just all right, good.
Tim, Sam Cedar seems to think you are afraid to debate him, claiming that you asked him to come on the show during COVID as an excuse for not coming on. Would you publicly ask him to come on the show? So the issue with Sam is, I've known for a really long time, and I made a tweet where I was like, we typically invite people on the left to come on the show, and then they just never do. They never respond, or they respond once, they don't get back to us. And then Hassan and Sam both said, I'll totally do it. And so I privately messaged both of them and said, awesome, we'd be excited to have you, especially.
Tim is lying here. They were operating under the assumption that this was probably going to be a Zoom call and that they wouldn't have to come into the compound, because this was during COVID, by the way.
Sam, because Sam was the first guy to ever give me a shout at me ever. He said, like, oh, these guys like Wall Street, fantastic work. And I was like, we'll cover the cost of everything, we'll fly you out. And then
Yeah, Sam Cedar, by the way, he's been in the game for about over 20 years at this point. He gave a shout out to Tim Pool because of his coverage of Occupy Wall Street.
Sam basically was just like, I'm not on your show, and then tweeted accusing me of like, you know, making up something. Oh, it might have been a COVID thing because he just went on David's show. He tweeted at me, he was like, come on the show, and then privately was like, oh, I'm not coming out there. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like you said you would. You actually set a date and everything. I told you the date. I told you the time. You said yes, you agreed.
This is also something that I mentioned earlier, but I guess now we have the video for it. Thank you, Sam.
And now when I'm setting this up, you're like flaking out behind the scenes and then putting me on the spot.
If Sam wanted to, would you host a debate with him on your show?
No. And Hassan, yes. Hassan politely messaged me and said, hey, look, man, I know I said I would. He was like, I feel pretty bad, but like I'm not comfortable flying right now with COVID. And I was like, totally understand it, no problem. Later on, when I asked him again, he's like, bro, I host my own show. And I said, you are
Sam said the same thing, by the way. He also has a kid. And also, like, Tim, you've done a Zoom debate before, bro. Like, with Sam. Why couldn't you do another one? Stupid.
Like, the idea that I'm going to ask someone who hosts their own show to cancel their show, come on my show, I just totally get it. So if I, like, Kyle Kalinske, for instance, has talked about coming on the show before, but I'm like, whenever you can, because I know you do your own show, like, I'm like, you know, if you want to come on the show, it's like doing me a favor. But the issue with Sam is that I believe he is, like, he's a grifter. Right? You don't need to listen to what he says. I think maybe half of it. I think he doesn't know about a lot of issues, and he says things for the sake of shock value. He makes a bunch of videos.
Hold on for 1 second. Before we get to that, I'm going to read now our exchange. I just found it. Okay. And the weird thing is...
Where he says you bailed.
No, I did bail. I mean, part of what he's saying is true. And...
Part of it.
But part of what he's saying is completely... And the weird thing is the timing thing is also really different, okay? All right, here it is. So he goes on, he says that on Twitter, and I say, I'll do it. And he goes, here it is. Okay, so and people can go back and find the public version of this. It's back in October of 2020. Now, I don't know if people remember, there was a pandemic going on.
True.
And... Okay, here it is. So, we went on for a long time to talk about this. Okay, all right, so October 10th.
2020?
Yes, 2020. And
no one's vaccinated yet.
Understand, there's no vaccination.
No vaccination.
I had done an interview with Tim Pool via Zoom or whatever it was from his show. I said I would do it. He had asked me a long time.
This one?
And so I write October 10th, 2020 at 1:41 p.m. I don't know when the public tweet was, but that's on DM. So what's the details? He writes, I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Shows 8 p.m. live in studio, DC area. We can fly you out and get you a motel nearby. We have 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat to connect you. If you want, you can just send me your email. We can set up. And I write, I can't fly down to DC. I do a 3-hour daily show. You don't do any remotes? He goes, we set the show back up in January for in-person only. We don't have a way to connect everyone on a Skype call or display it. We've rejected some centrist right-wing people, but I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Yeah, like, again, just because you are only meant to do live in-person content, the fact that you can't just adapt and do a fucking Zoom show, again, that seems very fucking weird and nonsensical. Like, Tim, you live on a giant compound. You can go into like a separate room somewhere with like a laptop and then just do a Zoom debate and just like plug a microphone via USB. Like it's really easy actually.
And I write back, COVID hasn't affected your bringing people into the studio? And he goes, no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did. Then we started up again in the past month or so again. And I wrote, Trump never did either. And I did the shrug. Trump just got COVID. I guess you roll the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. And I wrote, maybe if I have a day off. And that was October 10th, 2020. And then on October 13th, he wrote something publicly. That was the end of our conversation. I should just release all this. I don't know why you suddenly took offense to the above reply. Care to elaborate? I wrote him at 5:34. And he goes, you agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity. You lied. And I wrote, I had absolutely no idea you only did in-studio interviews and had no idea you weren't in New Jersey anymore. The last one we did was on Skype. And he goes, you just wanted to rile up your followers. The tweet said in studio, we cover travel. You dragged me to rile up your followers. That's a complete tone, right? Change. And I think something happened there in those 2 days. And I think it had to do with either like Crowder or Rubin or one of those things. Right. And because that's what he said, like I was blacklisted. And he goes, you dragged me to rile up and you're full of shit. And I said,
yeah, that was also another thing that Tim Pool said. He said that he knows a bunch of people within media who have blacklisted Sam Seder. And I'm assuming it's specifically right-wing media people because Sam Seder's been on CNN like not that long ago, a couple months ago, I think. He was on CNN. He's been on MSNBC before. I mean, he used to work at MSNBC, but he's been on Chris Hayes' show before. I think they're friendly with one another. Like, they know each other and shit. And it's just, like, he's not blacklisted from mainstream shows. He's blacklisted specifically from a lot of right-wing shows because, like, Sam Seder has been blacklisted by Steven Crowder. We know why, because his father literally said to him that, oh, don't debate him. He's going to make you look like a complete fucking idiot. And yeah, the one time where Sam Seder was like not tricked, well, Steven Crowder got tricked into a debate by Ethan Klein. We all know the famous like, oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. We you know, if you know the meme, you know the meme. Where Steven Crowder was just got completely caught with his pants down and looking like a moron, and then he just like said some random anti-Semitic shit. But you know, I digress.
I didn't see any travel tweet. Dude, how in the world would I have accepted tonight as a date if I thought I had to travel from upstate New York starting at 3 p.m. after my show and get back here by 8:30 to prep for tomorrow's show? That makes no sense. Bullshit. You did a segment pulling clips from my studio show. Not to mention I had to do a pre-record. And A, as far as I remember, it wasn't an interview. And B, just because you do one interview in studio, how could I possibly assume that you only do them in studio? The entire channel you pulled from is from a live studio show. And I said, you have like 10 channels. No offense, but I don't follow what shows you have. And he goes on, he just goes on and on.
Yeah, so Tim Pool is lying there. Like, Tim, you do a live show, yeah, but you have a bunch of equipment. Like, you can host all of this remote. So long as you have a fucking computer, you can still use your live studio environment in order to do a remote Zoom show. Like, I don't understand why you need to always bring people in. It's very fucking weird. We know why in reality. Or I can probably guess. The reason why Tim Pool wants to be able to bring people in is because it allows him to control the environment. Very similarly to when all the right-wingers did these sort of college circuit debates against unmedia trained college students. The whole sort of stratagem there is essentially like, oh, okay, we bring you in, we have full control of the microphone, we can mute it pretty much at any time. We can whisk you away pretty much at any time. We have full control of the environment. So if it looks like the right winger is losing the debate and it's actually getting owned by a competent student debater, because again, the whole point of these student debates is to essentially just make quote unquote the left wing look really stupid and make college education really fucking bad, because look at how crazy and insane the people are at college and who got educated at college, blah 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 blah. It's all, again, it's an inherent grift. It's not an honest debate. If you're like very rhetorically proficient, you know how to debate. I've seen Alec Gunter do this to Matt Walsh, made him look like an idiot. I've seen Shark 300 do this to Matt Walsh as well, or Michael Knowles, made him look like an idiot. There was also a couple of other really, really good debaters who, shout out Alec Gunter, really other good debaters. I think one of them was someone named Demigloom, who also made Matt Walsh look like an idiot in terms of trans issues, because Matt Walsh doesn't understand what he's talking about in terms of trans issues whatsoever. We might get to Matt Walsh as well. That'd be a fun one. Like, that's the sort of like not genuine, but like general thing with a bunch of people. Yeah, One Hand Politics also does this very, very well, but he does the more Jubilee sort of thing, but I digress. It's still technically the same environment. The reason why Tim Pool wants to bring people into studio is so they don't have access to tools to be able to check a lot of the claims that right-wingers make. And he has more significant amount of control of the environment, right? Sort of a quote-unquote home turf advantage, if we're going to use sort of sports speak here in particular, because right-wingers love their sort of like sports speak sort of analogies.
But we can see that exchange. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you should take those screenshots and put
I
do it today.
I will.
Someone in the group chat just goes, this is the Tim Files.
I'm gonna release the Tim Files.
Hashtag Tim Files.
But something changed in there, and you know, folks can go sleuth around and figure out what was happening during those days. But something happened.
But say now that you're vaccinated. I mean.
Oh, I told him. I think I said that. I mean, let's see. And then
Vaxxed.
All these things that we commented on his video that I made, that he said he's talking about. You dragged me for not talking about this, and I'm like, I don't know what you're referring to.
And hey, if he thinks you're a grifter or he thinks you don't have a good knowledge base, which like,
okay,
there are things people could say about you, but I don't think like
still going back and forth. Live studio. I didn't realize what are you talking about. The tweet said open the 13th, and then I printed our exchange. And that you claim I'm lying is okay. And then he said like he did write live 8 p.m. in studio. The show is live 8 p.m. in studio, but live doesn't mean in person.
Yeah.
We do a live show every day, and almost none of our guests are in person.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I assumed I could do remote, Tim. I'm hours from an airport here. This is when I was living upstate during parts of the claim I'm lying is hard to believe. Like, what's the lie? And I mentioned concern about COVID, and then we keep going on and on. And then he goes, you shouldn't publicly try to drag me unless you know what you're talking about. And I go, if I want to drag you about how irresponsible that is, I would have dragged you for it. And then he's claiming that people weren't dying, that COVID wasn't resurging. This is in 2020 still.
This wasn't 2020, by the way.
I'm really trying to sort of understand. Look,
because we all know Tim Pool spread, again, COVID fucking conspiracism. He did that shit.
And then the last one was, I guess, October 13th. I am not and have not knocked your format. If that's your format, I can respect it. I was expressing the reasons that made it too heavy a lift for me. Happy to have you on my show. If that's good faith, no travel involved. That last part, friendly joke. But also true, we could do over Zoom, and that was the last I heard. Okay, sorry. So this is, I just want to make a point that Tim is lying here, and he knows it. And he's upset because apparently you guys a year ago mocked his music.
He believes what he says. I think maybe half of it. I think he doesn't know about a lot of issues, and he says things for the sake of shock value. He makes a bunch of videos. Like, another thing is like all you do is rag on Dave Rubin. He's like one of those guys who makes a bunch of videos just talking about drama and people that I'm really not interested. And then the publicly agreeing to come on the show in good faith, like when I made a good faith offer, and then privately.
Oh yeah, very funny that Tim Pool complains about people making drama when his most like recent sort of viral video that came out pretty recently that Tim Pool made was him having Milo Yiannopoulos basically claim that Benny Johnson is gay and is a philanderer with men.
Backtracking and then putting it on me, not telling me I'm scared. Like, the whole thing's a bit. Tim's scared to debate me. No, dude, he's just a lowbrow grifter. Bro, I'll have you on anytime you want to come on. Like, here you are. And I think you're like substantially more intelligent and capable of debate than Sam Sear is.
I mean, obviously that's true. No, I think Sam's really smart guy. I mean, I can't speak to your private messages, but yeah, I would hope so. I think he's a good. I feel like Sam is pretty honest. He's pretty smart compared to most people. If I was scared of anybody else to debate, I think it would generally be.
I'll tell you one of the personal negative experiences. Okay. But like, still when on the show was when I tried to explain to him deontological versus utilitarian moral philosophy, and he didn't understand it. And so, like how you convey an idea to someone who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, I look at pop culture, and instead, like it was a bunch of.
I remember he said the villain is usually the utilitarian guy. I remember I watched this. I remember.
And so I said, when I think we're talking universal healthcare, and I said utilitarian versus deontological morality or ethics, right? Deontological ethics is basically stating that you cannot take any moral action against an individual.
No, Sam Cedar shit on my really shitty analogy.
And Sam was like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, how do I debate a guy who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, me thinking like
No, he didn't say I don't know what that means. He just said like I don't care. This is really stupid. I just want to vote for the guy who makes less concentration camps, because we were basically talking about there's two political candidates. One wants to build more concentration camps than the other, and basically like the whole. Okay, both candidates want to build concentration camps. One wants to build more than the other one, and Sam Cedars is like, I'm just going to vote for the guy who doesn't want to build as many concentration camps.
Incidentally, I'm quite sure I said I don't care.
Yeah, you did.
You said I don't care.
I'm quite sure I said I don't care about these philosophical differences, and
yeah, he doesn't
then
care.
He wanted to say like
Stupid.
make you feel bad about it. Zeus from the Marvel show or whatever it is. Thanos is
he's a utilitarian guy. It's like,
half the
okay,
planet
bro.
die or whatever. All the planets die to save half the other planet.
Yeah.
And I didn't care about that. That's not relevant to me and to the argument I was making. But he's really upset about that. I feel like I must have hurt Tim's personal feelings, and I can understand that. But there's still more, right? He's upset. He's really upset.
We still got the music thing.
I should say to Tim, honestly, it's one thing for you not to have me on your show. That's fine. It's your show. But to carry around this type of hurt and this type of anger and resent, it's not healthy for you.
Yeah.
It's not healthy. I mean, yeah, okay, you're showing me. You're not going to let me on your show. That's fine. I get it. But this is tearing you up inside.
I know.
And I worry about that. And I know people are going to say, you're just saying that to be shocking. Good.
Well, and we also should add that he has no idea what the show is. We do a whole hour every day interviewing historians, interviewing experts in fields, union organizers.
It hurts that he doesn't really watch the show. I mean, listen, here's the thing.
It's okay that he doesn't watch the show, but he shouldn't make claims about the show if he doesn't really know.
You know, and it's Friday, so we're doing a lot of these have fun segments and this and that. But he should understand that, like, the Tim himself is like, it's like going out for dinner, like at a nice restaurant, and you've eaten the appetizer and the main course, and maybe you have a dessert, and maybe you get a bottle of wine, and then you're leaving, and as you leave, they got a bowl of those like white mints. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And you take one, and well, I'll take like 2 or 3, and I'll eat one, and I'll put a couple in my pocket for later. But then you don't find that for like 2 weeks later until you're on the subway, and you're like, I'm gonna eat this. That's when we get to the Tim section of the show. That's what it is. He's missed the entire dinner. He doesn't watch that part. He just watches us eating the mint. But let's go.
Understand these concepts. Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America. Thanos wants to wipe out, and then his response was to make a video and all his fans mocking me for talking about Marvel. But here's a better one. When we released our first song, he ran it through an audio filter to make it sound bad, and then played it on the show calling it garbage and lying about it. I just like the dude is just the lowest of low tier grifters.
I feel like I saw them.
He ran my song through an audio filter.
Was he on that episode? Because it was the girl and the other guy.
The girl,
I don't remember if he was on the show.
Did you run his song? If we did that without telling people, I would have a problem with it unless it was obvious.
Let's just be clear. This was August of last year. I don't have the audio capabilities or like the wherewithal to. I was running the board. I was running the computer. I put it up. We just played the YouTube video. So if he thinks the song sounded bad, it just sounded bad because it sounded
Bradley's
bad.
inability to
And probably because, yeah, again, we mentioned the music video stuff. Yeah, like, again, like, it's just grievances with Tim, and he's just, like, he has, like, a grievance with Sam Cedar because, again, he got embarrassed by not only Sam initially, but also by Emma Vigland, and then he went on his show again and also got embarrassed again. But now we're also more so trying to take a look for as to what is going on more so with Tim Pool now. Apparently he's very tired of being made fun of, and he wants to use extra time to pursue acquiring a family. Keep in mind, again, this is the same guy who basically said, like, this would have been about 3 years ago, because it's 2024, where he said, like, I don't know, like, my parents had me when they were in their 20s, and, you know, I still don't have a girlfriend, but I know that I'm not the problem here. Yeah, same guy, by the way.
All the stress has come to a head. We finally make the decision, maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads. And that's what happens yesterday, when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of it.
But by the way, at this point, he's still single, and his family, like his actual family, has completely disowned him.
Psychopaths.
I think like Tim Pool's dad has been on Hassan's show before to talk about Tim Pool.
Us every single day, and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned, we've talked about it. We worked through as much as we can, and I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and and some friends and family, we'll make it work to the best of our abilities. So with that being said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about comments, for instance, I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great. But it really does sting when, for the past several years, there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children. Why aren't you married? And the reality is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something I think is valuable to people. And it comes to a point where I said, why should I? When I should just do what any good man would do and have my family. Well, we'll try to do it all. So that is the big announcement, and we will do what we can to make this show.
Well, apparently he was successful, and he managed, like I said before, apparently he managed to find a partner. For real, like, listen, if Tim Pool can find a partner, you can also find a partner. I believe in you, okay? But also, we are currently here now, and this is the main sort of like news scandal of Tim Pool. Tim Pool, as stated by the DOJ under Joe Biden, is a paid propagandist by the Russians. Him, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, and I think like one other guy, I don't remember the name, were taking millions of dollars from the Kremlin in order to spread pro-Kremlin Russian propaganda points. Tim Pool was talking about the Ukraine war. He made like a couple videos about Ukraine where he didn't really talk about Ukraine all that much. He didn't really give a shit about that. Yes, Elijah Schaffer. And the funniest thing about the whole Tenet Media situation is Dave Rubin apparently had the biggest problem with the guy being named Edward Gregorian for like one particular word in the pamphlet. I know the Majority Report made fun of this because it was so fucking stupid, and it's just such a Dave Rubin thing where he's just like, well, apparently it's like something about being awake or something. Like, I don't particularly like woke stuff all that much, and he was looking to initially turn down the deal off of Tenet Media because of that, and then he met with Edward Gregorian in Belgium or some shit. And apparently that all got immediately fucking cleared up. Incredibly fucking stupid. Yeah, they were paid a lot of money to spread anti-Ukraine, like, pro-Russian propaganda. Like, again, in the, because I was mostly looking to not talk about this, but here. In September of 2024, U.S. federal prosecutors charged 2 employees of Russia's state-controlled media network, RT, of conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and allegedly launching a $10 million propaganda scheme that enlists popular right-wing social media influencers. The incident describes but does not mention by name Tenet Media, which has partnered with commentators like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, Benny Johnson, Matt Christensen, and Taylor Hansen. It wasn't Elijah Schaffer. Pool matches the indictment's description of Commentator 2, because they didn't use their actual names there, who it alleges agreed to provide content to Tenet Media in exchange for $100K per weekly episode. So there's a bunch of weeks where he'd make a bunch of anti-Ukraine stuff and just have like a schizo crash out about it, despite the fact that he would never talk about Ukraine whatsoever. In his response to the indictment on Twitter, Poole, who had previously stated Ukraine was one of United States' enemies, stated that he was unaware of the company's connections to Russian funding and declared himself a victim of the alleged scheme. You had a meeting with Edward Gregorian, and he outlined the fucking goddamn meeting to you, who was one of, again, the employees of RT who pitched the idea to you. Like, okay, bro. And anytime you mention this, by the way, he gets really mad. Like, really, really fucking triggered. Because of the fact that it's just, like, caught. Just caught. It's, like, it's so fucking obvious and ridiculous that he has been basically a Russian propagandist this whole time. And by the way, this isn't the first time he's done propaganda for at the behest of certain states. In April 2025, Tim Pool was one of a group of podcasters who met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Blair House in Washington, D.C., as part of an ongoing effort to push back against anti-Israeli trends in the right-wing media world, right? But this was on, like, Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to go on, like, the Nelk Boys podcast, which failed miserably for him because of the rise of the dumbfuck anti-Semitic populist right? Out of the rotting carcass of the Trump administration, because it turns out everyone fucking hates Israel and their actions, right? The right wing hates Israel not because of their pro-Palestinian emancipation or caring much at all about the genocide that's happening to the Palestinians. They're okay with the genocide of the Palestinians. They don't give a shit. They just hate Israel because they are just anti-Semitic. It's so fucking ridiculous, dude. And obviously we know why the left hates Israel. For good reasons, actually. Among those attendants were podcasters including Dave Rubin. Now, Dave Rubin seems to love to schmooze with random propagandists of states. Tim Pool and former White House press secretary Sean Spicer. Writers Bethany Mandel, David J. Harris Jr., influencer Jessica Krause. What the fuck is this? Commentary senior editor Seth Mandel. Wasn't Bethany Mandel the same dumbass who wrote like an article saying like, oh, you should just be nice to Nazis or some shit. Very, very fucking stupid. Yeah, woke is blend. Yeah, exactly. And Federalist editor-in-chief Molly Hemingway. Poole expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism in the anti-Zionist Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space. Specifically here about Candace Owens, because we have seen Tim Pool get into fights with Candace Owens specifically about all of the anti-Semitic conspiracism that she was pushing about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Yeah, getting into a lot of drama recently, Tim Pool. I thought you hated getting into drama. Yeah, okay, bro. According to sources in the room, Poole famously had Kanye West on his podcast. The rapper walked out mid-interview after Tim Pool pushed back against anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Poole, Netanyahu said that is the reason he invited the group to meet with him. Yeah, because of the pushback against Kanye West by saying, like, yeah, I think what you're saying is very fucking stupid. So that's the whole sort of current, more recent grift that Tim Pool was on. He got paid by the Russians to spread a bunch of their propaganda.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Yeah. Do they play the fucking Russian national? Yeah, they do play the Russian national anthem. Yeah, so that's the famous clip where it's just like Tim Pool used to barely talk about Ukraine, and all of a sudden he just comes out with this bullshit. It's like, well, that's a little fucking suspicious. It's because he's a grifter. Like, he took a bunch of money from the Russians, and we found out from a sting from the DOJ under Merrick Garland. And where are we currently at right now? I believe I've covered this exact video right here, this exact clip. Obviously, Tenet Media was shut down, right? The co-conspirators were stopped, or were they arrested? I don't remember exactly, but they were basically prosecuted under FARA as conspiracies to do, or conspiracists to were basically pursuing right-wing influencers to spread a bunch of propaganda to them. And now Tim Pool, and this was just last month, has said that he has basically gone broke.
So where does that leave us? We have 2 weeks left in the year before we go on our Christmas hiatus. You know, I'm not a big fan of any kind of hiatus. I would prefer just to work. But it is taxing, it is grueling, of course. And there's a lot of infrastructure here that requires me to work all day, every day, Monday to Friday, with some extra work on the weekends, usually meetings. And I'm probably gonna have a stroke. My health's actually pretty good. My blood pressure is great. My resting heart rate is actually around 45. I exercise quite a bit. Haven't been able to skate in the past month or two, the holidays, and But we have to have these conversations, and I have them with the people, our contractors, people we work with, our vendors, partners. And one thing is clear: the violence will get worse. It is going to escalate. We cannot keep going as status quo. Something has to change. It may be that, as we described after the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the threat to come and shoot up our studio and our workplace, we asked, at what point do we say we can't do this anymore?
So, real quick, the reference there was apparently because of a threat that someone... He lied about this, by the way. There was 0 instance of his sort of compound getting shot up. So, he's lying by some random assailant with a gun. But it happened apparently to Candace Owens, and they made fun of like the fat security guard she had. I don't know, it's very weird.
The cost of running Timcast IRL Studio and the projects around it exceeds the amount of money it brings in. That's just that breaking point, isn't it, for any business? If you need $100 to run your restaurant, but you're only bringing 90, you go out of business. The issue? The cost isn't cameras or lights. The cost is security because of the escalation. It's an artificial cost to doing business that we can't balance.
So we all know this claim has been investigated. It turns out he's actually lying. There's no evidence to say that there was like a random shooter who went out to Tim's compound, who lives in basically the middle of buttfuck nowhere in a huge compound. I can only assume he's doing this to probably, I don't know, beg for more like donations or super chats or something. Again, Tim Pool is a grifter. He will do anything for audience retention, capture, and just money. That's literally it. We've clarified this at this point. We all know that more than likely, it's probably just, maybe it's like getting too expensive for him to run his like dumbass little compound with all the people. Because by the way, all of the people who he's called his friends before are all people who work for him on his show and his compound. And he has like, I think like a couple dozen people living with him. It's really, really fucking weird.
We can't forego security, but we can't sustain it either. So, I've had some conversations with our partners, been talking with Rumble. There may be a solution, and it's going to be
I don't know, man. Maybe you can just like have less security or something. Because again, like it's a lie what he's talking about here.
Change very quickly. We're gonna have some emergency meetings. We've already had emergency meetings for obvious reasons. And there is a possibility that the 19th is the last episode of Timcast IRL. We are doing everything we can to make sure that's not going to be the case. It's no secret that I've been frustrated and disillusioned with a lot of people in politics, but that's no reason to walk away from.
It's because, again, I've said this before about Tim Pool, but Tim Pool sort of represents the pseudo-intellectual right that wants to intellectualize the extremely stupid positions that the right generally holds, and against the sort of like dumb fuck populist right who are very anti-Semitic and conspiratorial, who are currently a surging force within right-wing like Republican politics. Generally speaking, they are very stupid, very conspiratorial, pretend populists, and they are very anti-Semitic. And the sort of like, I've talked about this with my Attack on Grifters episode on Jordan Peterson. These people are currently losing that battle against them. Their grifts are starting to fall apart. They are moving on from the sort of pseudo-intellectual types, these sort of more moderate types who are supposed to present themselves as more moderate or whatever. People don't want them anymore. People want the sort of ridiculous conspiratorial radicalism.
Doing our nightly show with a tremendous success. The cost is not just money anymore. The cost is the safety of my family, myself, and there are many ideas we're floating around.
And that's pretty much, I think, the main position of Tim Pool now. So where are we exactly going from here? You know, from streamer of Occupied Wall Street to apparently going fucking bankrupt. Apparently, because of security or something. Whatever. Tim Pool has had... I don't know if... I haven't checked if he's made like any more episodes. Has he made any more episodes? Let me... Actually, no. I'm curious now. I want to check that claim. Let me double check. Well, apparently he's still here, and he is still streaming on his YouTube channel. I'm assuming he probably doesn't get as much of a sort of pull as he used to or something. I don't really know. I mean, there was a time where Tim Pool was, I think, like the most popular like content creator in terms of politics. Well, you know, it is what it is sometimes. You just fall off a cliff. What can you do? But yeah, a surgeon sort of political content creator falls off of a cliff because he isn't getting any more Russian money because he got like revealed for being a Russian fucking propagandist. And again, as Vosh said himself, very hyper partisan, right leaning person, and will consistently go after people who are left leaning, despite the fact he will constantly claim that he is a liberal who left the left because they went too far left. Many types within this sort of space, and Tim Pool is just like a sort of another carbon copy, I guess for lack of a better term, of a rather dying breed. The sort of pseudo-intellectual, non-populist, like moderate right, who just say a bunch of, I guess for like lack of a better term, shit that's meant to try to appeal to liberals in order to get them into the pipeline and further down that right-wing sort of echo chamber. That's always been Tim Pool's sort of shtick, and it seems like he is more or less failing in that now. Like, only failing. Yeah, he doesn't pull like he used to. He used to always have like way more pull than this, and I think it's because he's just not able to adapt with the times. He wants to go back to like some form of like neoconservative, like more mainstream politics and establishment sort of stuff. But people just don't find him really particularly interesting, and that's why, again, they're just going further down the pipeline. And Tim Pool's not really able to adapt to that in particular. So, as expected, we all know Tim Pool always has been a grifter, always has been a charlatan, always has been a liar, and has always been a grifting propagandist. Anything for the right. Again, famously claimed that Donald Trump was going to get a 50-state landslide during 2020. Stupid. And will consistently cover the right positively, but never really have any sort of positive things to say about people who are on the left, and will only be hyper fucking partisan. Hyper partisan consistently. He is an obvious grifter and always has been. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, Tim Pool, your time is coming up. You have always been a liar and a propagandist ever since you finished up your streaming. Well, you got your start with your streaming career, streaming Occupy Wall Street. And guess what? You're currently being left in the dustbin of history because, well, you don't want to adapt because you just do not agree with the current sort of dumb fuck populist anti-Semitism that's currently the main driving force within the right wing as we speak. Oh, and that's the sort of main reasoning for as to why you've lost the prominence that you once had. You're not able to pull the grift that you used to have before, because he used to be the most popular political sort of content creator on, I think, YouTube. I think he was the most popular. And now he's just not really able to adopt with the times, and is now sort of being made to look ridiculous by Candace Owens of all people, who's a complete fucking crank. But yeah, it's pretty much just over for Tim Pool, I would say. I don't think you'll ever see the same prominence that he used to have. And like you're saying, Boy Meets Smitty, this is pretty much the arc of literally every single right-wing content creator. Same is happening to Daily Wire, Jordan Peterson, Steven Crowder, although his case is a little different, and pretty much every other right-wing content creator, eventually their sort of niche and purpose just gets done away with, and they're just going to get replaced by a bunch of other sycophantic fucking weirdos. And that's currently what's happening with Tim Pool, and he's essentially just being forgotten in the dustbin of history. Anyway. I went on a little longer than I wanted to, but that's okay. Why don't we get into some good news? Oh my god, some good news. Oh, incredible. I am loving the fact that pretty much the exact thing that I was hoping to happen happened. One of Zohran Mamdani's key affordability policy proposals, and that is to bring universal child care in New York City, is now being signed by Kathy Hochul. We've seen them sign the sort of, not the executive order, but the bill into law now, and universal child care is now coming to New York. I believe Kathy Hochul said that she is allocating, I think it's $1.5 billion or something like that in the budget in order to provide universal child care. It's incredible just how, for a city as large as New York, how relatively inexpensive it is. Again, I say this because New York is a extremely rich state. New York City's GDP rivals that of most countries, financial and cultural capital of the planet, or one of the cultural capitals of the planet. And it basically is going to have, a significant benefit here. Just like I was hoping here for Zohran Mamdani, that he was going to hit the ground running, bring out some of his biggest key policy proposals, get political wins, accrue more political capital and popularity amongst New Yorkers, and then, only then, we may also see some challenges to the more sort of entrenched institutional power that exists within New York City specifically. So, again, this is why I was saying to like a lot of people, don't be like overly cynical, because again, we all know Zohran Mamdani, he's a real one. He's actually going to bring policy forward and do stuff for the people of New York, and this is something that's being done for the people of New York. I mean, this is just like huge news, and we all know why he's trying to basically hit the ground running and just like unironically, I think like flood the zone. Like he went to, I think like a workers sort of sit-in in New York City, talking about like pro-union stuff, pro-worker stuff as well, about some of the policies that he's in his affordability agenda that can help New Yorkers. He is basically just, like I said before, probably really, really busy right now, hitting the ground running and basically doing everything possible within the year of time that he has to pass as much beneficial legislation as possible before, I don't know, the establishment somehow like fucking catches up. Yeah, helped fix a dangerous bike off-ramp that thousands of cyclists use. Yeah. He was like pouring a bunch of, I think, like asphalt into a thing, like unironically with the workers. It was, again, he is doing exactly what he said he was going to do on the campaign trail, and no matter how big, no matter how small the issue is, city government is going to work for the people.
When I launched my campaign for mayor over a year ago, I made 3 promises to New Yorkers. Freeze the rent for rent-stabilized tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. Some said these goals were impossible, unrealistic, naive.
He just got the first.
Yesterday, our movement won a historic victory for working families across the city. On day 8 of our administration, we announced the beginning of universal childcare for all New Yorkers.
Ladies and gentlemen, our mayor.
Yesterday in Flatbush, I stood alongside Governor Kathy Hochul.
Like I said before, the reason why Zohran Mamdani is able to do this with his sort of political clout and sort of charisma, in 8 days, by the way, Kathy Hochul has a tough re-election, which is why a lot of activists are saying like he's probably got about a year to get all of his policy proposals and the necessary funding from Kathy Hochul to get his main agenda passed. He just got 1 out of 3. Just got the rent freeze left and the fast and free, buses. Now he's just got to work on those next 2 things specifically. The fact that he got one of his biggest policy proposals done 8 days into his administration is a huge, monumental victory. I don't have to reiterate just how monumental this is. And like I said before, the reason why Zohran Mamdani is as important as he is because it is a blueprint. It is a show to the American people that, yes, better is possible. City government, the sort of not just like city government, but government, if they have the political will to do good things, can do good things specifically. And it's just fantastic and great to see that good things are already starting to happen. Yes, I do believe that is the case, Alex, that I think rent freeze is under his control. But the city, like you said, city council has to vote on it, and there's a bunch of people within the city council who said they're probably going to try to fuck with it. Both Democrats and Republicans, the few Republicans that exist within the New York City State Council. So that one's probably going to be a little bit trickier. We do also know Bill de Blasio also tried to do a rent freeze due to COVID, and who sort of got in the way with that? Andrew fucking Cuomo, right? And the reason why Bill de Blasio wanted to do a rent freeze is because it's COVID, it's a pandemic right now, people are not able to work, we need to freeze the rent so people can not get thrown out on the streets because it'd be much worse. And Cuomo basically did everything to fuck with that shit because demon, and he just wants working people to suffer specifically. So, I'm just bringing that up as like an aside. But yeah, one of 3 major policy proposals that he was going to enact as mayor, done. It's already done, and it's about to, be implemented. Massive fucking victory here for the sort of general left.
To announce a $1.2 billion commitment in state funding for universal childcare. As the governor said, the days of empty promises are over.
$1.2 billion. Again, I want to reiterate. New York as a state brings in trillions of dollars. It is an incredibly rich fucking state. $1.2 billion to get universal pre-K, universal childcare in New York City, one of the largest cities on the planet, one of the most expensive cities on the planet, is incredible. That's like a drop in the fucking water. And the return on investment in that, it's going to be insanely fucking good. But we're going to talk about the right, because the right wingers obviously were like coping and seething and malding about this. It's talking about like, oh, why would you want to do good things and essentially like help working families? No, they have to like suffer and die and not be able to, I don't know, like participate in the economy. They need to be able to, I don't know, have their children like slave away or some shit. Because again, like I've said before, the conservatives across the world, they are just pro-death. They just want people to suffer, like unironically. This is going to save families $20,000 annually. Childcare is that expensive for you guys? Like, it used to be expensive here in Canada, and this is one of the good things that Trudeau did. He brought that down significantly, I think through a bunch of tax credits, saying like, yeah, we've essentially got universal pre-K now in Canada because of Justin Trudeau. This is like one of the few good things he did was on childcare specifically. I know David Dole has talked about benefiting from this specifically because he's got a kid now. And it's just great. Left-wing victories, implementing good fucking policy and making conservatives cope, see the mold. And by the way, once this policy starts to work its magic, it's going to be more difficult than ever for right-wingers to be able to try to remove and destroy. I mean, they'll still try anyways, but it's going to be really difficult to do as such. Like, for example, there have been so many instances in Canada where they try, like conservatives have tried to go after our public healthcare system, which came in with one of the few NDP prime ministers we've had during the fucking 70s. I forget his fucking name, but we got our universal healthcare system here in Canada. Is it perfect? It's not really, but it's a very solid healthcare system. We have really, really good healthcare outcomes out of all the G7 countries, or G20 countries, whatever, what have you. We have very, very solid healthcare outcomes because of our universal public healthcare system. And it's really, really good. You go in, show your health card, then you get your appointment, then you leave. It's really simple. It's really easy. And sometimes there's wait times because there's a whole priority system to this. Blah, 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 blah. Conservatives, it's very difficult for them to be able to go after this system specifically because of its universality. Because if you go after it and try to privatize it, people are going to be like, why are my healthcare costs going up so significantly? And it's being owned by like a company now. Like, what the hell is this bullshit? Very, very fucking weird. That this shit is basically starting to happen right now. Very strange. Was it Pearson who did it? I don't remember exactly, Boyman Smitty, but I know it was implemented in the fucking 70s, and it was one of the most popular. It's still one of the most popular things in Canada right now. Then the CBC, people like our public broadcasting corporation. Really? Huh? Didn't know that. Okay, cool. I learned today. I'm really bad with names. I always forget names. I digress. Going after these very popular public sort of I was going to say facilities, but public policies is extremely difficult to do because everyone will be affected by these, and it will just basically piss off everybody. Because I guarantee you, if the conservatives try to touch healthcare, there's going to be riots on the streets. Guaranteed. If they try to, because, for example, our premier, Doug Ford, I live in Ontario, he tried to go after the nurses' unions. They threatened to strike. He capitulated basically immediately. Like, it was, he tried to go after, I think, their pensions specifically because he sucks. Really fucking bad. Doug Ford is fucking awful. He tried to go after nurses' pensions and they threatened to strike. He capitulated. So, very, very important. Like, don't go after the healthcare workers and don't go after the healthcare systems. Because, again, it turns out that if you try to go after those very popular public policies, generally speaking, does not work out in terms of a politician's popularity. Although Doug Ford has allocated, I think, the bare minimum funding to keep Ontario's public healthcare system going, and as a result, I think Ontario as a province ranks last in healthcare. This is the most populous and also richest province in Canada, and Doug decided to defund our fucking healthcare because he's just a ghoul.
This investment will allow us to make childcare for 3-year-olds truly universal in New York City by adding more seats in neighborhoods where families have been shut out for far too long. It will allow us to start providing universal childcare to 2-year-olds.
It's really
delivering it
bad
to all
here.
of them by the end of our first term. At the end of the year, thousands of parents will look at their bank accounts and see that they have now saved more than $20,000 per child. That is real relief.
Dude.
It is real change. And it is a testament to government's ability to make people's lives better. I want to be very clear. Working class New Yorkers delivered this victory. We are here today because of the millions of doors that you knocked, the phone calls you made, the canvases you showed up for in the freezing cold and sweltering heat. Each time,
1,000
making the case to
volunteers,
your
man.
neighbors that a better future is possible.
1,000, 100,000.
This is a movement that was brave enough to make a promise, and even braver to know it could fulfill it. No longer will New Yorkers be forced to accept that starting a family means leaving the city you love. Every political victory is a choice. And yesterday, Governor Hochul and I made the choice to deliver for working families and children. The work has only just begun. There is so much more to do to deliver truly universal childcare for every family, every child, and every New Yorker we serve. But never let anyone tell you that progress needs to be slow.
Looking at you, national fucking Democrats. That's a nice little dig there right at the end. Yeah, generally speaking, just a massive fucking victory. Massive fucking victory here for the left and also by Zohran Mamdani. Of course, this definitely had the Zionists seething. I know that he had Miss Rachel basically appointed to his transition team or something. He gave her like some kind of a position as like, childcare advocate or whatever. It's really because all the Zionists were coping and seething about this. Is like, I mean, he just delivered universal childcare for everyone, and now you're going to go after probably two of the most positive people on the fucking planet right now, and one who just delivered a great result for New York City. It's only going to make the Zionists look way worse when they're talking about like these guys being pro-Hamas or some shit. It's nonsensical, and all he did was just, I don't know, he went to like a class or like a kindergarten or something and sang with Miss Rachel. I don't know, it's very hecking, wholesome, big epic, big chungus. But here we have the barely literate moron, Nick Shirley, on the Full Send podcast. By the way, I think there was a tweet by Zaid Jelani that I agreed with. This is going to be probably one of the next targets specifically by the right wing. Nick Shirley, reminder, did that dumbass propaganda hit piece on the fraud that's happening within Minneapolis, within Minnesota, within its childcare system. Now, is there fraud happening? Yes. Is it being investigated? Yes. It started under the Biden GOJ. And, oh yeah, by the way, his parents are currently getting sued for being fraudsters, but he wants to claim that there's a bunch of daycare fraud that's going on right now. Yeah, great, fantastic. I don't know, might want to take a look at your own fucking shit before you want to point out a bunch of shit that other people are going through, okay? Your parents are currently being sued for being fraudsters, but whatever. Nick Shirley is a propagandist under the White House, and the basis for as to why ICE agents were sent to Minneapolis to begin with to crack down on fraud, because they unironically said that they're cracking down on fraud, it's because of this complete dipshit. And this is what they're going to go after next. Affordable childcare. Something that is broadly speaking popular. And by the way, all these right-wingers complain about people not having kids. This is one of the biggest reasons for as to why people are not having kids within the United States of America. It's because it's fucking expensive to have kids, man. Childcare is expensive. Being able to pay for all of your sort of food and groceries and everything you need to be able to help the kid and feed yourself is expensive. It's difficult. People can't generally do it and skip out on childcare as a result. It should pretty much tell you just how incredibly fucking demonic these people are for trying to go after, broadly speaking, really good, positive public policy. Because, again, these people don't really give much of a shit whatsoever and would prefer to have people suffer.
Like, one of the things Mamdani ran on was giving more affordable childcare to people. And what do we know about the daycare centers now?
Yep.
It's a great place to
It is massive return on investment.
launder money.
Any part of you hesitant to go to do this in California?
Yeah, by the way, just not happening. I don't know why this fucking troglodyte 3IQ moron Nelktard is bringing this up in California. Boy Meets Mini, is there any evidence of widespread fraud going on in California's childcare fucking system? Is there anything going on there? Is there a current DOJ investigation? Because again, Nick Shirley's like dumbass schizo video going with a paid Republican propagandist, a paid op, to go like, where are the kids? The kids, where are they? Is really fucking stupid. Very, very fucking dumb. Like, of course, the migrant workers that are working at those daycare centers are not going to reveal that there's kids at the premises with two grown men who are just running around and asking where are the kids, because that's fucking weird. I know that Trump froze funds, federal funds, to a bunch of different states because of what he alleged there being widespread fraud everywhere. Any evidence for this? No, whatsoever. Not yet, but Trump hinted CA was next, of course. Yeah, he did freeze your funding. Every single time, you know. If there's a good thing that's happening and the federal government can freeze funding for it, they'll just fucking do it. They don't give a shit about that. Because again, like I said before, the conservatives, if they can have the worst possible outcomes for people, they'll just pursue it. They don't give a shit. Like, if these people can make you suffer, they will make you suffer.
California, New York.
Yeah, well, that's why I had to bring 4 security people with me when I went back to Minnesota. And I'm probably, obviously, like, target enemy number 1 for these people right now. So if they see me at these daycare centers...
Buddy, you currently have blood in your hands. Renee Nicole Good got fucking murdered because of your fucking idiotic propaganda hit piece. Again, the administration used your stupid video as the basis for the deployment of 2,000 additional ICE officers to Minnesota. You have blood in your hands.
Or they see me at any of these other places.
Oh, yeah, there's your photos up in every fucking fraud daycare center in the country.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're an enemy. You just ended the best business for them ever. Like, they've been living the life, bro. There's probably like 1 or 2 kids.
Of course, the Nelk boys are fucking retarded, very stupid individuals, and don't do any research into this. Again, Nick Shirley's video didn't really add anything to the investigation. There's a current DOJ investigation that started under Biden, which already arrested like 80 plus people, I think, or 90 people. I think it was about 90 people that got arrested as a result of the DOJ investigation that was started under the Biden administration, that Trump is continuing, of course. And his dumbass video, if anything, makes it more difficult, because I use this analogy consistently. It's like the same thing with all the YouTube pedo hunters. There's a lot of organizations who will constantly say, like, please stop with your work. You're only making our jobs way more difficult. So can you please, for the love of God, stop? And then they don't, and then they just keep going, because again, for them it's all about the fucking clout instead. Like, stupid. Same thing with Nick Shirley. He's only doing this because he's a paid propagandist for the Trump administration.
Kids in there weak, they're buying Chrome Hearts glasses, and then you pull up looking for Lil Joey.
Look up for Lil Joey.
Just fuck their whole shit up.
Hey, dumbass Nelktard. When CNN caught this dumbass man doing his like schizo shit, he couldn't answer basic follow-up questions. There was like kids going into the daycare that he apparently cased the joint of. So his whole sort of argument is that there's fraud because there's no kids there. It's like, how do you know that those are operating hours for the kids to be in that daycare? Like, I think like the recent thing that he did was he went inside a grocery store and saw like, look at all this stuff that's also in this grocery store. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's just like, do you know what a fucking flea market is? Do you know what that is? Clearly not, because again, you're a conservative, you're out of touch, and you're a shut-in fucking little weirdo and a propagandist. Like, fuck this stupid motherfucker. Nick Shirley is extremely fucking low IQ, and him going on the Nelk Boys podcast to talk about his work shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever, because again, a bunch of like rich 3IQ social media influencers who've had the ear of the president before and the White House should not really be the basis of being able to form coherent positions off of because they have their very clear, obvious biases, and it's biased to whatever is fucking stupid and gets them the most clout. So again, massive fucking victory here for this man right here. Day 8 of his administration. He just secured one of his major policy proposals. Massive victory. Massive, massive win. And of course, the right's just going to go after this because they hate, well, happy times, playtime, and fucking puppies. If the right wing can basically do anything possible to make someone's, like an average person's life worse, they'll do it. They don't give a shit. In order to get like a 0.2% increase on, in terms of wealth in the fucking stock market. These people are demons. Don't believe anything they have to say. They are consistent fucking liars. And if they can basically make the lives of people significantly fucking worse, they'll do it. And the next target on their mind right now is the threadbare childcare system that exists within the United States of America. Why? Because again, they have to vice signal and distract from the fact that Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular, still hasn't released the Epstein files, is doing regime change within Venezuela, and is threatening to do war with Iran. Yeah. They can't cover up the fact that Trump is a belligerent moron who basically is trying to do like Pax Americana bullshit, and is an incredibly unpopular fucking idiot. I don't think there's really much else to say besides eat shit, Republicans. This is a great policy proposal, and this is a massive win right here for Zohran Mamdani and the left for one simple reason, and one simple reason only. Because universal programs are, generally speaking, a really, really good thing for people to benefit from. Very, very cool. Oh yeah, everyone's currently like mad right now at Zohran Mamdani. Well, I mean, mostly the right wingers are like pointing this out and being really fucking stupid as always. But basically speaking, there was that protest on during Queens, basically talking about like, hey, ICE is kind of bad, actually. Fuck ICE. Stupid. Dumb. Very, very dumb. And they were talking about, like, oh, this is our street here by... This is our street. Yada, yada, yada. We're fine with Hamas. Blah, 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 blah. You know, optically speaking, it looks bad or whatever. Who really cares? I mean, if we want to do the very hyper-technical, utilitarian sort of argument... Who is better to lead Gaza, the genocidal ethno-state or the terror state who has significantly moderated their more extreme positions? Probably the terrorists, like unironically. At the very least, they're not just going to randomly start bombing the shit out of Palestinians because they started twitching kind of funny. So, if we're talking about who should be the main governing body of the Palestinians within Gaza, it's definitely Hamas. That's not even a question. But like I don't know, the sort of like optics look of I don't know, because people on the left are claiming that Zohran Mamdani is a Zionist for condemning what the protesters were saying. I think it's fucking stupid. Who really gives much of a shit about that whatsoever? There's just a massive fucking victory, and of course, like he's gonna condemn it because optics, blah 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 blah. Unfortunately, it matters within politics as much as I fucking hate the fact that optics matters within politics, but whatever, it does. It should be all about the argument. It's obviously never really the case, but whatever. Obviously he's going to be like, yeah, this is bad that this happened in Queens, blah, 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 I condemn it, yada, yada, yada. People saying slurs and shit, because otherwise it's just going to make it harder for him to pass his fucking agenda, and he's more important things to fucking think about. So whatever, it's stupid. Can't believe we're handing the right wing free propaganda wins for no reason, but to sneeze. Anywho. Let's get started with this shit. So I guess in our latest episode of Right Wingers Are Demonic, and ICE is also demonic and just a terror organization, same with Right Wingers, we currently now have apparently the smoking gun that all these Right Wingers are claiming is the big smoking gun that they have acquired, that the POV of the murderer who killed Renee Nicole Good, the stupid Minneapolis ICE officer, again, who got deployed there based off of Nick Shirley's dumb fuck video, which basically claimed that the fraud that was happening within Minneapolis was happening at two specific locations. Again, no evidence brought to this whatsoever, and he was like listening to some paid propagandist from the Republican Party, because he himself is also a paid propagandist from the fucking White House. We all know this, there's been reporting about this, and it's been broadly accurate, yada yada yada. So here is the officers POV, and apparently this is the great fucking smoking gun that the Donald Trump Jr. is saying, like, the media needs to apologize to Vance for and shit. So obviously the full context of the video, so the pig was like walking around the vehicle, basically like gathering a bunch of information, got into a bit of a spat with the wife, who was out of the car of Renee Nicole Good. I want, again, because we're going to play the actual full context of the video of what happened. This video basically added nothing to the conversation, and this is just a distraction being done by the right-wingers so they can continue justifying their sort of like a terrible worldview of, we can just kind of kill whoever the fuck we want because fuck it, we feel like it.
Want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
So yeah, there's the impetuous dipshit moron who's, again, going up, was trying to come up in order to just try to get people to clear out the way. Keep in mind, she just dropped off her 6-year-old son at school and was probably going with her wife to do some other shit. Yeah, who cares? It doesn't really matter what she was trying to do there. She was basically doing this motion to the ICE officer to say to them, yeah, you can just go forward. Go forward. And the main sort of like deal here, and I guess with like ICE, they don't understand what this motion means within driving because they're incredibly fucking stupid. They're all like high school failures. Their brains probably barely function. They're probably all a bunch of alcoholics and wife beaters, probably, or they're mostly neo-Nazis. Yeah, they're mostly fucking neo-Nazis. So they're still all the above anyways. The thing with that particular motion, she was saying, like, you can just go forward, man. They're saying that she was obstructing the road. If you see, again, this video right here, there is a lane's worth that is unobstructed, and the ICE vehicle can basically maneuver out of in order to be able to go on their merry way. Again, the reasoning for as to why this agent that got out of the vehicle decided to get out and try to open the door here, because again, you can record ICE so long as you're not obstructing. You're allowed to do that. But these people don't want to be recorded at all, sort of in every instance possible, because they know it makes them look bad, and they also know that what they are doing, broadly speaking, is illegal. And it would not make them look very good in a fucking court, because they just think that they can just do whatever they want because the vice president claims that they have absolute immunity. That's not a thing that exists. That's nonsensical. Yeah, apparently that's the main big thing. Again, if she was trying to weaponize her vehicle, Donald Trump Jr., she would have turned to the left and not to the right. Obviously, this is the dude who killed her, specifically. Popped a couple fucking shots off, hit her in the head. They didn't let a physician go in to check her pulse or whatever to see if she's okay, and then she fucking died. That's Jonathan Ross calling her a fucking bitch. To just broadly tell you just how fucking demonic these people are. So I'm going to play the actual full context because, again, this POV basically added nothing whatsoever, and it does not exonerate the fucking right-wingers.
I want to show you something. We can go frame by frame on this one. Keep an eye on this guy.
By the way, this is the 4th time I'm playing this video. Are any of the right-wingers going to learn any lessons from this? No.
The cold-blooded murderer who's no doubt going to claim that he was afraid that his life was in danger or whatever. For someone who's going to no doubt claim that, he sure doesn't seem to be in any hurry to move out of the way. See, here you can see that instead of moving out of the way, he actually decides to draw his weapon and actually plant himself more firmly. In fact, he's leaning over the hood of the car right now.
Which is, broadly speaking, against not only ISIS, but all fucking police departments' fucking protocol. I've had a conservative claim that I have no idea what the fucking protocol is. Literally, Elon's Nazi dumbass chatbot claimed that ICE's protocols teaches them to not stand in front of vehicles to create unnecessary danger for themselves, which makes a lot of fucking sense. He was trying to do the same thing that a lot of protesters do, and that is try to stand in front of a vehicle to try to block them. Of course, the conservatives just run these people over because they hate life, they hate you, and they just want you to fucking suffer.
On purpose. If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger. When again,
I know that conservatives are really fucking stupid. They're just like, people are saying that he fired all of his shots into the sort of driver's side window, but there's this bullet hole in the front. Like, what's going on here? I got you. This is a car. We're gonna pretend a little bit. Here's a car. I am the ICE agent. Car here. I could just be still to the side of the vehicle and point my gun like this. Whoa. Pop, 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 pop. Guys, conservatives, I know that this is like a really difficult sort of, I don't know, concept for you people to understand. Not everything is like a boomer shooter. You can move in a 3D space. Not everything is a 2D space. Idiots.
of his feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. And then the next two shots happen here and then here. Both of which where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window
Mm-hmm.
and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which she was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing, because moments earlier when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling the next one to go on ahead. Not posing a threat, not obstructing nor impeding anything. Would you look at that?
Yeah, they're all liars. Liars. They're charlatans. They are freaks. These people just lie pretty much every single time. Also, by the way, just to get the final words here, very, very simple, of Renee Nicole Good. If Doppler GX cannot be cringe. Her final words, by the way, to her fucking murderer, that's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Right? When the ICE officer with the cam POV, that apparently is the main sort of, whatchamacallit, like, main magnum opus argument that these people are trying to deploy in order to be able to claim that she just tried to kill the ICE officer and weaponize her vehicle. Nonsensical, no evidence. And by the way, they're just going to claim this for any single time there's an incident that happens now. They're just going to claim like, oh yeah, well, they tried to weaponize their vehicle and tried to hit the officer and kill him. Like, no, it's fucking stupid. The dude was basically patrolling around with his phone, not normal behavior from a police officer, by the way. Like, walk around with his phone, like, taking pictures of any piece of information because he was just trying to gather a bunch of info on Renee Nicole Good, who just dropped off her son at school and was observing ICE, which you're allowed to do, and she was clearly not fucking obstructing. Again, the one car that you could make the argument that could have been obstructing cleared the way when ICE told them to clear the way. And we saw within the video itself, there is more than enough room for a vehicle to pull out and go into this oncoming lane. There's more than enough room for that dumbass pickup truck that the ICE officers were in to go through. She was not obstructing. She didn't have to clear out the way. This is public property, the road, technically speaking. She's technically allowed to just, like, sit there and do whatever. And there's not really much the ICE officer can fucking do. So, instead, what did he decide to do? Just go in there and try to arrest her and claim that she was basically obstructing the road. Stupid, non-fucking sensical. But here, another incident. We have another woman basically mogging an ICE officer. Because again, Border Patrol agents are, again, warning people in multiple SUVs to not record them, to not impede. Again, you're allowed to just sit in your car and record the actions of ICE. You're allowed to do that. You can do that if you want. Nothing can really stop you from doing that, unironically. Oh, by the way, the right-wingers have been losing their minds over the white women who keep recording ICE, right? Because of... Okay, we're going to get into this a little bit. There's a very specific reason why these Nazis, these freaks, really hate white women. Very specific reason. And a lot of it is psychosexual. And it's extremely, extremely Freudian, right? Sigmund Freud would have a great time. They basically see all these white women as their mothers, and they resent their mothers for bringing them into this world. It really is just that simple, and they just hate these white women because, well, they just mostly see their mothers in them. That's like literally it. It's psychosexual. It's incredibly like Freudian, specifically with the right wing. do not really leave much on the table. And like, yeah, exactly like you're saying right now, Boy Meets Minnie. It is funny because they do fantasize about having a blue-eyed blonde wife in a sundress who is like very young, specifically, basically like a unicorn, something that you're going to find every now and again, but is definitely not going to be with your loser ass. So definitely not going to want to fucking date you, and they really, really hate you. They do think of white women as their women. Yes, and they can't bring them under control. Like you're saying, Alex, it is all about maintenance of hierarchy and control with these people. And they have incredibly, like, psychosexual, Freudian sort of thoughts about these women specifically. And it is really just specifically about white women. We've seen Asmongold go on rants about, like, how the death of the West is basically, and the death of America is basically because of these more, like, older, middle-aged, like, liberal white women, right? He has said that people like this right here is like the death of America. And also, another famous instance, right? The women in the HR Block meme doing the, like, dance, they're like the little TikTok dance challenge trend thing, where they're doing, like, I don't know, itty bitty titties in a bob or something. Shit like that. Yeah, of course, he does, like, the stupid incel line. Those people, by the way, also went insane over that specifically. Just very, very fucking crazy. Yeah, I hate white women. Why won't white women have white babies with me? You know, contradictions with these people. It's just because they just want a broodmare that they can control. That's why.
If I continually see you following us, interfering with us, honking your horn, blocking our cars, you have
no evidence of this probably whatsoever. She's allowed to follow you. She's allowed to record any of your fucking actions. She is allowed to not to obstruct. You have to provide some kind of evidence that she's been obstructing. Have you done that? No.
have a very high probability of making a really bad decision and being arrested today, okay?
I think I'm making exactly
I'm not.
the right decision.
Oh, then why are you giving her a warning? I'm giving her a warning to not interfere with what we're doing, to not make a bad decision today.
Yeah, again, you can follow ICE vehicles and record their actions because they know that if they get recorded, it makes them look really bad. Why do you think all these motherfuckers wear no clearly identifiable information? You kind of have to do that. And wear masks all the time so they cannot be clearly identified. He does sound very soy, Boy Meets Minnie.
And ruin your life. Okay, thank you.
By the way, the FBI has said, like, if our law enforcement keeps wearing masks, is actually a detriment to us.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you. Have a good day.
I hope you have a terrible day.
Okay, thank you.
Bortak. What's Bortak? What's Bortak? I'm curious. I've never heard of these guys before. I'm just curious. Let me take a look. Border Patrol Tactical Unit, BORTAC. One of two police tactical units in the Special Operations Group under the... Why the fuck do you guys have Special Operations Group for United States Border... That's really fucking weird. Counterterrorism, high-risk tactical law enforcement situations, hostage rescues, operating in difficult-to-access terrain, reconnaissance, and tactical special operate. Why the fuck is this guy doing basically, like, the equivalent of beat cop work? What? Okay, dude. I mean, maybe this guy is not going to be as stupid as, like, an ICE agent or something. I don't know.
Watch out, it's slippery. Watch out, yeah, there's a lot of ice around here. Just so you know, if we continue to have you follow us, okay, have fun.
They're allowed to do this. They can follow and record you if they want. They're not doing anything wrong so long as they're not obstructing. And they seem to be behind your vehicle, so they're not obstructing. If they were in front of your vehicle, you'd have more of an argument there.
Make a bad decision today. What is illegal is stopping people unconstitutionally.
That's true.
Don't interfere.
Yeah, this is normal. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie. Of course, obviously, now to get to, I suppose, the real story. Two people, a a Venezuelan couple basically was slated to be arrested by ICE, but in reality, they were in their vehicle and they got fucking shot, and this happened in Portland. Judge Immergut has already said that a lot of the actions and deployments of the National Guard have already been deemed as illegal. Judge Immergut, a Trump appointee, very, very cool, saying that a lot of the actions that ICE and Trump trying to deploy the National Guards within Oregon has been fucking legal. Keep in mind, there's still ICE operations happening in Oregon, despite the fact there is very little evidence to suggest that it is a Tren de Aragua crime-infested fucking shithole. And also keep in mind, the only reason why Trump deployed the National Guard in Portland is because he saw some old footage at around like 2019, 2020 of like the protests and riots that were happening in Portland, and then probably watched some like old Fox News segment about this. And since he's like a stupid grandpa who can barely distinguish from the clouds, he basically thought like, oh, that's definitely happening right now in Portland. Oh, we have to deploy the National Guard and do something about this, when there's just like no evidence that this is the case. But of course, here's DHS's sort of assessment with their fucking mugshots here. Yesterday, 2 suspected Tren de Aragua gang associates, no evidence. Let loose on American streets by Joe Biden, no evidence. Weaponized their vehicle against Border Patrol in Portland. This is what they're going to do, by the way. They're going to constantly claim that people are using their cars to do ramming attacks on Border Patrol agents, when, again, we took a look at the video. Like, yeah, we need to, first off, we need video. Why is there no video about this? A random groiper who put this up? Curious. We need some evidence for your fucking claims. It's probably because there is none. So that's cool. The immediate took immediate action to defend himself and others shooting them. The driver of the vehicle, Luis David Nico Moncada, is a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela. Any evidence of that? What's the likelihood that this guy was a TPS sort of candidate, or was slated to get TPS protections because of Donald Trump's fucking coup attempt in 2019, which ended up being a complete failure, and the subsequent sanctions that happened because of that coup attempt failure, causing hyperinflation within the country, basically making its economy collapse. Yeah. And him also, by the way, taking away TPS eligibility for Venezuelans specifically, and the Supreme Court allowing him to do that. Very cool. Criminal illegal alien from Venezuela, suspected Tren de Aragua member. Suspected. He illegally entered the United States in 2022 and was released into the country by the Biden administration. Sure, man. Yeah, he was an asylum seeker, probably got TPS protections under the Biden administration. Very cool. Since then, he was arrested for DUI and unauthorized use of a vehicle. He has a final order of removal. Aren't these civil misdemeanor? This is civil fucking crime. A DUI and also unauthorized use of a fucking vehicle, and you're going to deport him for that. What is even the details on? We're getting a lot of not much fucking details into any of this, because again, the reason why the administration doesn't provide many of the details for any of the sort of accusations that they make is because they know that they have to stay as vague as possible in order to scare their like dumb fuck goddamn idiot like drones, they're morons, they're idiots, into co-signing the actions that they are doing. The passenger, Bethsabeth Zambrano Cortez, is a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela and is associated with Tren de Aragua. Any evidence? No. She illegally entered the United States of America in 2023 near El Paso, Texas, and was released into this country by the Biden administration. She claimed asylum, probably. Since illegally entering, Contreras played an active role in a Tren de Aragua prostitution ring and was involved in a prior shooting in Portland. Is there any evidence for, again, being very, very fucking vague for like literally no reason? Because again, they can't provide any details on this, because if they were, it would make them look real bad. But by the way, unironically, they went in, shot them, and just kind of left them there. At the apartment complex where the victims called 911 for help, 2 federal public defenders were investigating the scene Friday morning. Though they said they had not been assigned to the case, they declined to comment further. Well, that's a little interesting. Shooting details emerge. Why don't we take a look? Portland police received a report of a shooting shortly after 2:15 p.m. near a medical office on Southeast Main Street, according to DHS. Federal agents stopped the vehicle Nino Moncada was driving as a part of a targeted traffic stop aimed at Zambrano Contreras, who was a passenger. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. By the way, I think Tricia McLaughlin had her husband benefit from one of Donald Trump's deals, made a fuck ton of money, like $50 million, and this DHS Assistant Secretary took an image of herself on a private jet and posted it to social media. Nice meme. Accused the driver of attempting to run over law enforcement agents and said that an agent fired a defensive shot. Probably not. Again, we need some fucking video. I don't believe them for 1 second. A witness who spoke to the Oregonian/Oregon Live said he saw officers follow the truck into the Adventist Health parking lot, pound on the truck's window, and then officers fired about 5 shots at the truck as the driver sped away. Oh, so the officers shot first, and then the driver decided to get the fuck out. Very, very fucking cool. A few minutes later, police received a call for help from an apartment complex in East Portland. Dispatch audio obtained by the Capital Chronicle indicated that a man was shot twice in the arm and a woman identified as his wife shot once in the chest. Emergency responders transported both people to the hospital. And as far as we know, they are currently alive in the hospital under stable conditions. So I think we can come up with a pretty good summary. ICE basically ran up to these guys as a part of a targeted stop, alleged a bunch of fucking crimes, thought that they were guilty or something, shot first, and then the guy sped away because they were getting fucking shot. I'm just curious, what's like the prostitution sort of call here? Prostitution. Police chief cites gang ties. Capital Chronicle searches of state and federal criminal records, and the LexisNexis database turned up no charges for either Nino Moncada or Zambrano Contreras. Well, that's a little interesting. So you're telling me that DHS is lying. There's a reason why they are purposely being very, very vague here, because again, we've looked at the statistics before. A lot of the people that DHS typically goes after, about 73% of them have no charges under their names. They just go after them because they're brown. But Day said Friday that Zambrano Contreras was previously arrested active role in a Trinidad prostitution ring. Previously arrested for prostitution. How do you know that she's still a prostitute? You have no fucking idea. You've not provided any evidence for any of your claims, DHS. My hecking DHS lying? Who would have thought? In Washington County, Nino Moncada was present when Zambrano Contreras was served with a search warrant. Police have been investigating a July shooting in northeast Poland. Portland also believe there is a connection between Trinidad and that incident based on a report from the victim, a Venezuelan migrant. Okay, so a Venezuelan migrant is alleging that there could be connections. Again, it's alleged. DHS. Associated with Trinidad. Based on a report from the victim, a Venezuelan migrant, that they believe there is a connection between Trinidad and that incident. This is all alleged, by the way, so DHS is lying again. Day said he's not aware that of either Nino Moncada or Zambrano Contreras being involved in that shooting. Let's see. Did they mention the shooting here? Played an active role. Ah, here we go. And was involved with prior shooting. The police chief said that there's no evidence, not aware. It said the investigation led by police to believe that the two are connected to the gang. They believe that the two are connected to the gang. They think that he's not aware of them being involved in that shooting. Again, I'm doing this because this post right here is packed with so many fucking lies. There's a bunch of allegations here that, again, DHS is saying, like, this is definitely happening. This is really, really happening to make these two look as bad as possible in the eyes of the American people, despite the fact that they have not provided any evidence or corroborated any of their claims, because they're liars. There's a change of tune for Day, who told reporters at a Thursday evening press conference that he didn't have any information about Portland's involvement with Tren de Aragua, a multinational crime organization founded in 2014 in a Venezuelan prison. So, not aware of what's going on. By the way, this is the police chief saying this stuff. Since Thursday, Day said he learned of the names of 2 people shot and asked investigators for any connections. So yeah, they're just... It's all lies. All lies. This stuff is a lie. This sort of stuff here also everything is a lie. Everything that the administration is claiming that they're doing in terms of their immigration enforcement is built completely off of a bunch of lies. They are liars. They know it, and it is an embarrassment for them to point this out. Again, all the stuff that DHS is saying here, no corroboration for any of their claims. They're lying, more than likely. Again, there is ongoing investigations into this stuff. As for this, does it really warrant like federal law enforcement to go after Nino Moncada, not Nico Moncada? They spelled his name wrong, of course. You need federal law enforcement for this stuff. And again, she was for Yorlenis over here was previously arrested for a prostitution ring, or being or playing an active role in a prostitution ring, or was a prostitute herself. But they are now saying that she is playing an active ring in a Tren de Aragua prostitution ring. We don't know if that's the case. Again, throw a bunch of bullshit out there, just see what sticks, and, well, hope that no one basically checks on it. That's the primary sort of goal here with the right wing. Same thing with this POV camera, which again basically added nothing. And Jonathan Ross is still fucking guilty of murdering Renee Nicole Good. I'm more or less just trying to say that these people are fucking demons and will do literally anything possible to basically promote the suffering of who they deem as their political other. These people are demons. They're demons. They cannot be trusted. They are the great Satan. They will lie. They will cheat. They will scam. It doesn't matter with these people. There's only one thing, and one thing only. Yeah, we don't have to go into the curse memes. Like, of course they're doing this because they're inherently dehumanizing, like, the right wing. We all know this. They are liars. It doesn't matter. Their audiences are going to lap it up anyways. Because, again, it is the other that is being gone after here and made to suffer here. The right wing doesn't care about providing any evidence for their claims or corroborating anything, because the point is that they just want people to suffer. That is literally it for these people. The more people suffer, the better it is for them. Gets their dicks hard or whatever fucking bullshit you can come up with. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides ICE, the Republican Party, and the entirety of the MAGA sphere are all a bunch of fucking terrorists. Never fucking forget that. Oh, 1000%. Probably Boy Meets Mini. I wouldn't be surprised. to raid out to today? Why don't we raid out to Echoplex? Let's do that. Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Try and stride with the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid, but I would show appreciation. Those are into case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And, you know, same old, same old. More yapping about shit. More Factorios. We're gonna finish up that ship. And then I'm probably going to have to make it longer. I'm definitely going to make it longer, I think. Which should give me more room for belt storage. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more and more of the same, of course. Anyway, gamers, I will be back. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.
Fiber.